Yeah, it's pretty boring with nobody else here but me, and I don't know if Ralph is there or not. Probably he's not, so I can just be by myself. Hey, GeoWebs, I got another spot lens this week, so haha.
Hey, Dano. So have you figured out how many pistols you can carry on those cargo shorts?
Uh, huh, 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 huh. More than I have.
Are those cargo shorts Chirac approved?
They are comfortable. They are approved for suburban and urban picnics and barbecues.
They are tactical ready, tactical daddy ready. You are like the real tag daddy, honestly.
Well, I do what I can. But, I had all that tactical bacon that was so obvious. I can't, certain things you can't cut out. But that's why I just try to be myself, and, sometimes I say things, I stutter a lot. It
It's not
bothers
about
me,
what you
but,
say. It's but not about what you say. It's more about what you wear.
yeah, well, I mean, it's both. It's everything. I mean, it's a visual medium.
I feel you.
So, but it's a lot. I find
You
it.
would struggle. You would definitely struggle on the vine because I don't think you can figure anything out in the 9 seconds.
Yeah,
You guys hear the sirens? Should I mute this?
but
Can you hear sirens?
not anymore.
All right.
Nope.
But I find it easier to be myself, and if I uh, stumble in my speech or whatever, I mean, I re-record videos all the time that I messed up. But if I did everything till I said it just the way exactly I wanted to say it, it would take me, 8 hours to make a 3, 4, 5 minute video.
Not really. It takes me about an hour to make a 5 minute video, maybe 2 hours to like chop it up.
Well, that's what it takes me now. I'm saying if I was going for no stuttering, because I do have a stuttering issue.
I have a stuttering issue too, and usually my stuttering issue doesn't come in my videos as much as the word does. And every time I hear the word I purposely cut it out the video. I
I
might
do.
leave like three ums in there, but there was maybe like 15 when I was trying to shoot it. And
I do.
sometimes I'll just shake it off and like I'll just like, and I'll just cut out like that whole 1 minute. So I'll have like 20 minutes of video, and that whole minute I just cut out because I'm like, I'll just cut it out.
Yeah, I
You know
do
what I'm
ums and uhs.
saying? Yeah,
Uh, and that's just so smooth.
it is. I cut them out. But I guess practicing talking about what you're going to talk about also helps. Do you ever do dry runs? I just say fuck it, shoot. I'm live.
What I do is I put together what I'll
You
call
do
just
have notes. You
just a
definitely have
couple
notes.
of talking points.
I don't even do that. I just like fuck it, let's go live. Like I think about it, I'm like, okay, this is what I'm gonna do.
The only time I do notes, and like you saw in my last one, is when I have like specifications and I want to make sure I don't fuck it up. Like if it's certified by a certain organization, well, which like for the safe, it had a certain certification on there, and I'm not a fire safe guy, but I wanted to at least get the acronym correct,
I
and then
smell you.
the temperature, how long at that temperature, what was the model number. So in case somebody actually says, yeah, I would like something like that. What was that? Rather than just say, oh, it's a Field and Stream 10 gun safe. Well, that doesn't tell them exactly what it is, because what I found out, which is not in the video, but in the manual buried way back in the back, is my safe is made by Stack-On.
Really?
And there's a lot of companies, like I used to work for a battery company. Several videos ago, I don't know if you were there that night or not, we were talking to Ballistic Expansion about his lead smelting
Yeah.
bullets.
Do you still have your blood tested frequently?
Well, no, I don't work there anymore.
But still, I mean, the fact that you did for so long, do you still get your?
No.
Oh, you should.
Uh,
I mean,
well, I'm not exposed to it anymore.
it doesn't matter. But the fact that you were for so long,
Um, but see, now I am like the old guy. I'm forgetting my point. You're doing a good job of getting me off topic.
see,
What the hell was I going to say now?
That's smelting.
Hey, show me your AARP card.
Yeah, actually, I do have one around here.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Hey, Dan, block out all your personal information and make that like your next like chat logo.
I should
Picture of you with the AARP card.
I should see if I can find where that thing is. I see. I'm not 55 yet, which is how old you're supposed to be to get that thing. But for some reason, they sent me one early, and even though I didn't pay for it, they still sent it to me.
You're just super old, extra young.
Yeah. Oh, we were talking about details and notes. That was one of the few videos that I actually did write down some specifics because I wanted, in case somebody was interested in it, I didn't want to mess it up. You know, that's like when, just a small example, B-Girk did a thing on ammunition that he got really, really cheap, but then he didn't tell anybody where to get it in case they wanted some.
Oh, he still didn't tell you?
Oh, no, he did later, but I had to put a comment in there, and then he had to answer it, and it's like, if you're going to put something about a really good deal you got, tell your viewers where they can partake.
Nah, dog, that's how it gets comments.
Yeah, dude, you got to holler at the man. Don't you know?
You gotta learn how to work the system, Daniel.
Yeah, dude, you got to ask.
Leave me a comment, give me a like, subscribe, and then I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Hey, but don't let Guru talk to you about subscribing, because this man don't even subscribe to me on IG. He hurt my feelings. We can't even be friends no more, young.
Ralph, you don't even do videos.
Oh, Ralph got videos. You just got to get the link to the video.
Well, I mean, as far as public videos.
Exactly. You don't got videos.
I'm
But
just
you do got videos.
Videos are boring.
like Huck's pictures. He's got pictures, he just ain't sharing.
I don't do anything interesting. It's not worth it.
So Ralph, do you never watch any gun-related videos?
Sure, all the time, every day.
So what aspects of guns do you like to see videos on?
Some shit that he ain't never even heard of.
Like how to blew an old Winchester from 1890 something, or
Nah, because he probably knows how to do that, but...
Well, I don't know what he knows and doesn't know.
Oh, well, he knows a lot. But he probably likes some shit that he don't even know how to do, or some new shit.
Yeah.
Just so he could get it and try it out, either shit on it or...
Yeah, I like the newest stuff. I like to see what guys are getting, and what's kind of coming up, and what changes are being made, and things like that. For the most part, just new perspective on things.
Okay, so new products, new training stuff. Are you into new gear or not so much?
Yeah, there's isn't a lot. I mean, it's kind of new products. You know what I mean?
I mean, aren't you still, like, I don't know if it's on the side or full time or what it is, but aren't you still, and I hate to call it a hobby, maybe it's more than a hobby, involved in retail in one aspect or another of that area?
Not really a retail, but I am an FFL, if that's what you're asking.
Well, yeah. Well, I know you had mentioned that a while back, and I didn't want to go into, like, and did you open a retail store or what you were doing with it? I mean, because the general assumption is if somebody gets one because they want to, whether it's out of their closet, their basement, or a storefront, they want to get involved in the transfer of firearms for the purposes of sales.
No, it's required for the coding business.
Oh, yes, that would make sense.
Right. So I already own a coding business. If I want to do guns there, I have to have an FFL. I know one dealer FFLs. So
Now,
why
for you, is that
Oh,
more of
so
an
you know what?
option?
So, so Ralph, so you don't have like the built-in FFL, like where you could like, I don't
Yes, I have
know.
a retail storefront.
No, but no, I'm talking about a building one, like one as far as like shit you can build, like
Oh, three
manufacture.
manufacturer? No, not right.
Okay, so like you can't make like a Glock 18 that shoots 40.
That's not what an O3 is. The difference between an O1 and an O3 is like this. You buy a Glock 19 and you hand it to me and you're like, I want to make it pink. And I'm like, okay, and I make it pink for you and I give it back to you. That's an O1. An
Okay.
O3 is, I'm like, I want to sell pink Glocks. So I get a bunch of Glocks in, I make them all pink, and then I sell them. That's O3 manufacturer. That's not a Class 3.
If someone's physically
SOT.
bringing you the firearm and then physically picking it up, why do you have to have the FFL?
Because the ATF says I have to.
Oh, okay. Because you're not like reselling it or doing anything like that. There's no real. You're you're not using it. You just. It's like taking a car in for an oil change. The mechanic doesn't, get ownership rights or drive it around for fun. He just changes the oil.
The ATF considers changing appearance a gunsmith activity. Gunsmith activities require an FFL. And I got news for you. If you give your gun to your buddy to change your sights, he's performing a gunsmith activity. Now, whether he's really required to have an FFL is up for debate. But
You know how ridiculously expensive it is? Just because I know you're an FFL and you were talking about shipping your guns to Georgia. You know how ridiculously expensive it is to ship your guns? Like through the mail? Ridiculous. Like to ship one Glock through the mail, it's like 60 some dollars from DC to Georgia. I can't imagine what it is from the East Coast to the West Coast. I couldn't even imagine.
no, it can't be that bad. Check it again.
I did. Well, this was made like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, maybe 2 years ago. Ridiculous because it had to go FedEx and it had to go 2 day
Well, see,
overnight.
that's part of the reason why selling FFLs don't necessarily have the same restrictions on shipping that you and I do.
Well, they're also a business and they get a business rate shipping fee.
Yes. That's the purpose of a business discount because it's a regular customer discount is basically what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, and if you do a lot of packages, that seems normal. No different than if you own a fleet of pizza delivery cars and you want to take them all to the local oil change place, you better get a cut rate on the oil changes, otherwise you'll take your business somewhere else.
Hey guys.
Yeah. Oh, Sandy.
Yeah, I know. It's been a while, huh?
What's up, brother?
No, just been kind of working.
Well, you've been in the chats just on the outer ring.
Yeah, I know. My attempt at trolling, I guess. Tried to be constructive though. So, yeah, I saw your safe, Dano. That's pretty cool. You gonna bolt it down?
Yes.
Does that have like holes in the back? You could bolt it up against the wall too if you had to.
I'm not sure about the back. I know it does in the flooring.
Yeah,
So,
bolting them down is a pretty good choice.
I just wanted to kind of get it set up and figure out how I could best try to configure it because when I bought it and I was looking at the dimensions, it never crossed my mind how thick that front door was and how that was going to reduce the internal dimensions.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And also, I went to put a 50 cal can in there, and it wouldn't fit lengthwise going in straight.
Oh, end to end, front to back, yeah.
So I actually had to turn it up on its side to get it to go in the safe. So
You keep your ammo in your safe?
the stuff that I keep long term, I'm going to keep in my safe. The stuff that I'm going to keep at for purposes of range shooting, I won't. But all my, with the exception of my pistols, all my firearms do fit in there. So I've got 5 rifles. And my pistols will actually hopefully be in there tomorrow evening, is I'd ordered some pistol hangers so I can use the underside of the shelf.
Yeah, I saw those in the chat. Those are pretty neat.
So hopefully those will show up tomorrow, and I can put the pistols on those. And with the exception of the one that I carry, and there'll be room for the one I carry if I want to put it in there for some reason. But it'll certainly fit everything that I have. It just if I go for one more rifle for some reason, I'm going to have to take some of that ammo out.
Do you keep your handguns loaded in the safe, or do you keep?
No.
It seems like if you had one in the chamber, those little hanger things wouldn't be as effective.
Right. I just keep my concealed carry gun loaded. That's the only one I keep loaded.
Sure.
And I feel if I'm comfortable being on the street with it, I'm comfortable being in my home with it. And all I do is, like, when I come home, I put it right next to the chair that I'm sitting in now.
Yeah. Here's an interesting story. Heard this 3 or 4 days ago on the radio on the way to work. Some guy was out clearing brush with some friends, I guess. It sounded like he was pulling it out of the back of a pickup truck and throwing it onto a fire. Well, he carried a weapon. They didn't say what kind, but obviously it was a semi-auto. And grabbing a big bunch of brush to throw on the fire, he didn't know, but he grabbed his pistol and threw it in the fire with the brush.
Whoops.
One guy got shot in the ass. Another guy got shot in the leg. It went off. The gun went off 3 times before it quit firing.
Damn.
Isn't that something?
True
story.
Got shot or got fragged?
No, it was a semi-auto. So it sounded like he had one in the pipe, and when it went into the fire, that round discharged, it would have cycled the weapon, right? It cooked off.
Yeah.
And so it did that 3 times. I know one guy got shot in the rear end, and I think another guy got shot in the stomach, actually. I don't know. 2 of them got shot. Pretty trippy and negligent thing to do.
Since we have a Glock expert in the group, I wonder if other than the very first round when it's hot, would the drop safety keep a slide from going all the way back and pulling up that second round if one were to kick off? Ralph?
Oh, I didn't think of that. What happens if you don't pull the trigger, right?
Well, like on a Glock where you have that little safety that you have to pull. Otherwise, it's not supposed to go.
Well, if you think about it, though, if the round cooked off, it wouldn't matter the safety. Well, I don't know.
I'm wondering if that little, what's it called? That little plunger, if it would get out of the way and retract.
There's a fire pin disconnect. So I heard this. I was in the chat. I joined in. I have to say I don't believe it because of the fact it's semi-auto. If it was going off, if you throw a gun into a fire and the cartridge in the chamber goes off, it needs to recoil to get the spent casing out and get a new cartridge in. If you're not holding on to the grip, I doubt it's going to be able to actually do that. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have the worst case of limp wristing. I mean, there'd be no support for the frame.
Right. I think it would just it would go off, but I don't think it would actually cycle anything, in my opinion.
Do they know what kind of gun it was?
No, I don't know. I'm trying to find the story now. It happened in a rural part of Oregon.
If one cooked off in the chamber and let's say another one cooked off in the handle, the other guys could have got hit by shrapnel from the polymer blowing apart.
Polymer blowing apart, or if the frame, if the handle, the frame was weak enough, but the magazine was metal.
The only way
those rounds could have punched its way through.
The only way polymer is blowing apart is if it's in the SIG 2022. Only way it's happening.
Actually, that's not true. They put 4 million or 2 million rounds through a SEG. The French
I found
did,
it.
so yeah. But the testing before they picked up the 2022 as their gun, they put over like I think 2 million, 2.4 million or 4.2 million, something like
I
that.
can't imagine the cost of that many rounds.
It's a French government.
And
There's no way you go through that many rounds and not exchange a spring of some sort. Impossible.
yeah, without other things going wrong.
Oh, well, yeah, they've done the normal maintenance of replacing springs,
Well, then what
but
does
the gun
it
didn't
do?
fail. The gun did not fail. The barrel did not fail. The grips did not fail, etc.
Well, that's like
the
saying,
slide didn't fail.
you know, if I drive my car and I replace everything except the engine block, well, then it's a good car because the engine block went for 40 years.
That only
They
works.
replaced I'm saying there was no failure in the
And the
frame,
barrel,
slide, barrel. You know, they had to replace the trigger spring. Or not the trigger spring, but the the recoil spring, etc. You know, the springs that do wear out, they wear out in every gun, Glock included, Dano.
well, no, I understand they wear out. That's not what I'm questioning. I'm questioning a couple million rounds. And
Yes, exactly. I thought that was kind of high
Go wrong.
too. And then I read up on some more, and yes, it was a couple million rounds.
Okay. I mean, I would just be curious to find out, other than just shooting it, what other sort of test did they do, or did they just sit there? I'm assuming they put it in a machine that just cycled it. And
I think.
Yeah. I'll look it up for you.
Sorry, go ahead.
I can't imagine having 10 guys to say, okay, we're all taking turns pulling the trigger today.
So was it 2 million rounds through a single gun, or 2 million rounds through an array of 2022s? Is the question. I can believe 2 million rounds through, instead of 20 guns or something.
Because I would think they'd want to test it in different, in cold and hot, in mud, in snow, in and maybe in its totality it was 2 million rounds. But with inexperienced users, with expert users, with people, the gambit. Because I don't know. And you said this was for their police force or for their army?
I believe it was Army.
Or both?
Both. Actually, now I'm looking at it. I think it's both.
Does yours have a magazine disconnect?
No.
Okay, because I thought that was pretty big in Europe about having those. Does yours have a lanyard?
No.
So it can't be taken away?
Daniel, even the Europeans aren't as old as you to require a lanyard on your pistol.
But that's where all that crap came from.
Exactly, but only you're old enough to remember that. Not even they're old enough to remember that.
Well, thank you for crediting my memory after all the shit I forgot earlier.
Elena just holds his eyeglasses.
His monocle, and he focuses in on the proof marks.
I'm gonna get on one of those TFOs. Hold on.
I love my TFOs.
I want TFOs.
I love them so much, I put them on both my Glocks.
TFO stands for totally frickin' old.
Hey, so you guys know my first name, right?
No, Marco, we
Check that out.
don't.
That's my carry-out tray. What you know about that?
Obviously, you've had a lot of time on your hands during
That's
this.
not me. You think I can write
Really?
that pretty? Get out of here. I
You're a
cannot
good
write that
tipper.
pretty.
You must be a good tipper.
That's a girl I took out to dinner, and when we brought home,
Mackerel?
Is that the girl who you took shooting, or was that somebody else?
none of yours. But yeah,
None of yours.
none of yours.
Yeah,
Well,
she spelled it wrong. It's supposed to be macro.
Bring up the issue about some girl writing it for you.
Dude, I'm more interested about the actual coolness of this little carry-out box. It's a lot cooler.
If you're not willing to explain at least
The
one,
coolness of the girl is for me. Like it's for
Then
me.
don't
It's not
bring
for
it
you. I'm bringing up this lunchbox. That's what I'm bringing up. I do it
It's
tight.
pretty gay. It's something like a 32-year-old would have, and instead of calling his woman a woman, he'd call her a girlfriend. I don't date girls. I date women.
I date broads. Broads are the best. They're the most fun.
Old broads.
Nah, just wild broads. The wild broads. The broads will do anything. Find two broads together, you might never know what might happen.
I'm eagerly awaiting Quark to come up with the link for the 2 million.
Yeah.
I'm looking for it. It's not that easy to find, you know.
Oh, I know. I really am looking forward to reading it.
I mean, I don't think even Glock tests to see how many rounds the barrel will go through.
Yeah, in 2003, France Nationale, whatever that is. I don't speak French. They ordered 270,000 pistols.
Okay.
U.S. Army Tank and Armaments Command placed an order for 5,000.
How to do it? What? What are you talking about?
He's reading the how many they ordered.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I found so far. Let's see. They're talking about their own.
Because if you think about it, just in what you have to pay for, 2 million rounds at what? Let's just say 10 cents a round on like the government cheap.
Yeah.
We're talking about $20 million to test one gun.
Yeah. And and just think what if it failed at 100,000 rounds and they said, well, wait a minute, let's just make this one change and start again.
I mean, I believe the barrel lasted that long until it cracked.
I mean, some things will last. Just look at the Eiffel Tower. I mean, the George Washington Bridge. I mean, there are things that are made to last.
Bridge. I can't believe the Brooklyn Bridge hasn't fallen. Dude, every time I see the Brooklyn Bridge, I'm like, I can't believe you're still up there. I can't believe it.
I know. I mean, these things are like borderline ancient.
Yeah.
I mean, even though they've been patched together time and time again.
Did you see some other asshole got up on the Brooklyn Bridge or whatever and was walking it? So first of all, they had 2 flag attacks, and then somebody else was walking that jank. Some like Russian or German tourist.
What do you mean flag attacks?
So they had the one like bleached out American flag.
Okay.
And I read another report that was an Iranian flag hanging off of it, or a Palestinian flag. I think it was a Palestinian flag.
Oh, okay.
And then they caught the one dude walking down like this, like the steel ropes.
That's not too dangerous, huh?
So that bleach flag, apparently people who did it claim he did it because it was like the engineer who designed it, it was like his birthday or something, and he was German, and so I guess they felt it necessary to bleach the flags for some reason. Like I don't think it was an anti-American thing necessarily, it was them doing something obnoxious for the engineer. So,
I mean, I'm not really worried about why they do it, but just the fact that they can get up. I mean, like, there's police everywhere. Trust me, like, I really live in like the most policed area in the world. Like, dude, like you get on the metro and there's like 6 cops around. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't get on the metro without walking by 6 cops.
Come on, where's that damn link?
Your credibility's on the line, Quirk.
I know.
Out.
2 million shenanigans.
It's time to slap me down with a link.
I don't even think Yeager shot 2 million rounds in his life. Like, what do you say?
You ever see the automated systems they use?
Out of one gun, I don't think Yeager has 2 million rounds through one gun.
I found the story. I've been looking this whole time.
Have you found it?
Yeah.
Is it legit?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you just give me the link.
Yeah, okay, hold on. It's kind of, yeah, this will work. Let me just throw it in here. Copy.
You were corked. Hey, cork got corked. True
Can you
that.
So
Cork
there's
got
that.
corked. You might
I'll
say
put it in
any
here
cork
too.
corked.
You just easier to read when I have more than an inch and a half to read it in.
I
Gotta
know,
get-
right?
Hey,
Sorry
Darren,
about that.
you used to things at an inch and a half of time.
Well, you know, you do
That's
know
not the.
I wear trifocals.
So it said it was a, where is it at here?
You think I'm joking?
Discharge
No,
3
but it's just
rounds.
funny that you would like be happy about it, idiot.
Well, no, it's about being real, dude.
Yeah, man. Trifocals means he'll try anything once.
Okay, it looks like it might have been a revolver.
Yeah, this says 38 Smith and Wesson. So if it's going off? How is the cylinder revolving if the trigger's not being pulled?
Well, it doesn't need to, really. I mean, you think about it, revolver is the bullets on the edges of the cylinder are usually exposed. There's not clearance for it to come out clean, but it, you know,
Right.
but the back of the casing is held in place, right?
Right.
And so yeah, if it cooked off, you would squirt lead it'd be pretty bad.
I think it depends on the revolver. So some revolvers I've seen have more of the bullet area cover than others.
Right. Well,
But
obviously this one didn't, so there it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's definitely. I would expect most of the energy to be reduced from that initial hit with the pistol, or I guess with the revolver. But yeah, I can believe a revolver doing that. I couldn't believe a semi-automatic. So
Sounds like got two guys owed this guy money, and he shot him and then threw the gun in the fire and said, "All right, here's our story.
Hands up, don't shoot.
Pants
Yeah,
up,
I mean,
don't
this
loot."
is pretty much word for word what they said on the radio. I didn't hear the part about the 38 though, so they must have just neglected to say that.
We're
Hey,
still
did you guys hear about this? Hold on,
around.
wait a minute. I've been waiting for like a day and a half for someone to say about this. Anyone hear about the military base shooting that happened in Virginia?
When
I heard they had a guy
Really?
cornered somewhere.
A lady. It was from what I heard,
it
it
was
was
a gal?
girl. Yeah,
Really?
nutso. Went bugged out.
Wow.
Hit the menstrual.
It didn't
Today?
really make the news real big time. I guess
It didn't, because I don't think she
gave
killed that
up or
many
something.
people. Play this. I think she wounded like 2 and then took out her own life in the bathroom.
Oh, that was it.
I don't think she actually killed anybody, but like wounded 2.
Marco, this was today?
This was like either yesterday or the day before. I can't remember, but it definitely wasn't today.
Okay.
Yesterday or the day before. And I can't remember.
Okay,
what
it's not
city it
2
was,
million.
definitely
It's
Virginia.
460,000.
Well,
See, we were clearing up our being
We're
called
like
BS on.
75% sure.
that's basically the same thing. I mean, 500,000, 2 million. Who's counting?
Hey, it's a lot of
$250,000.
rounds.
Yeah, there's about $500,000.
can you send the link in the internal when you get a chance?
Well, I'm actually looking for an article besides somebody's forum post.
Oh, yeah, that would. Yeah,
I think it
a
was
source with the air of legitimacy would be nice.
I don't think an article is going to spend $20 million to figure out what the 2022 shoot still.
No, but they'll quote what they got from the French.
didn't Browning shoot some crazy amount of bullets doing a demonstration before World War I overseas? Or might have been for the Army, but he had some new gun design of his back in like 1915 or 17 or something, and he shot like, I don't know, 2,000 or 3,000 rounds continuously. It might have been more than that even. I'd have to look it up.
With this 2
Some
million
crazy
rounds,
amount of rounds without a malfunction.
they could actually reload the same cases and reshoot them over and over and over to hit your count. You have like 4 or 5 guys just sitting there at reloaders. One guy with a
trying to keep up with a machine gun.
Finger, who looks like he's in more pain than a guy with hemorrhoids. Pulling that trigger. Ow! 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 And tossing the brass to the reloaders. They reload it. He gets another bucket of pain of reloaded ammo. No, it's not for firearms, but I've seen machines set up to actuate control surfaces before, and it's simply as simple as an electric motor with a oblong loop, not loop, but lug on it, so that it presses it, and then as it spins, it releases it, and then when it comes back around, it presses it down, and as it
Like a
continues
cam,
to
you
spin,
mean.
it releases it. This is for electrical switches, though, but I'm assuming you could do the same thing with mechanical.
Well, there's guys that have made these, taking like a 1022 and making it look like a regular machine gun, and it's still a semi-auto, mechanism, but they've got a little crank handle, and they can turn
Right.
the little crank handle, and it just repeatedly pushes the trigger, right?
Right. Very similar concept. Yep. Yeah, it's very low tech.
Oh yeah, whatever works, right?
Yeah, you have to have a calibrated counter because the military wants everything proven 6 different ways. Not like an odometer that can be played with. Oh yeah, let's just shave a few thousand miles off of it. Or in this case, shave a few thousand miles to it. Uh-oh, we got leaks. Not
There are
leaks.
2 different links, yep.
Which is the good one, the second one or the first one?
Either one you can use. They both basically say the same thing.
Are they going to tell us what we want to hear?
Let's see, I can read it. A modified version of the SP 2009-2340. That's the SP 2022 if you're not in the know. It entered service with the French police, customs, penitentiary administration, and gendarmerie in 2002 for a planned service life of 20 years, hence the name SP 2022. Now, 460,000 rounds have been used for testing it before adoption by sampling of the future users and modifications of the SIG Pro fell to proceed in 2022.
I'd say that's a fair amount of testing.
Yep.
Now, as you read it, and I haven't gotten to the very first article yet, which I'm going to now, is this on one gun? Or because if it's not stated, it may lead to believe that it's a group.
There was a few different links where it was one gun that I remember reading before I bought mine. They tested a sample. Those places, a sample, not samples.
Probably not much rifling left in the barrel.
New.
Yeah.
It didn't say it had to be accurate, right?
Yeah, I can't imagine there being that there anything there at all.
Probably not much left, but they wanted to make sure it worked. The French police are very gung-ho. Actually, French police are very picky about their guns, and there has been no complaints about it for the most part. I'm sure there's been minor complaints by some, but
Word has it they hold their pinkies out when they shoot.
they probably do. Colombia National Police Force uses it. French law enforcement, which includes... I don't know what that word is, but I'm going to go look it up. By a branch of their armed service. I'm guessing it's like our National Guard.
So multiple people, as well as multiple modifications of that gun, were used in that testing.
No. SP20, they had other people test it, yes, but...
Right, but it says, and modifications of the SIG Pro. By sampling of future users and modifications. So they either took the same gun and made it in a couple different configurations to show the modifications, or they had, you know, as many guns as they had modifications. It's difficult to say by the way that they...
It's Wikipedia,
Well,
so.
Well, the 460,000 rounds, though, comes from the blogspot.com link. I didn't see that in the... is it in the Wikipedia? Because I didn't see it there. The reference of that many rounds.
I'm reading the Blogspot ones. Actually, it's just a copy of the Wikipedia, or a Wikipedia copy of this guy. I'm trying to figure out where they get that quote from. That's where I'm looking at.
Yeah, except they didn't copy over that part of it. Well, I seriously doubt I would ever get close to 100,000 rounds, let alone...
Right. But there was actually an article that I read that was translated from French about it. That's one I can't find.
Oh. And with the handy-dandy Google Translator, we could actually read it.
Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to find right now. And yes, theirs actually does have a lanyard loop, as it's a modification of the grip.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's fairly common with European police forces.
Right.
Apparently, they have a real fear of their police officers dropping their weapons.
What really is cool about it, though, is that still 460,000 rounds. Even if it's through a handful of guns or 10 guns, that's still a lot. It's not like they're putting it through hundreds of guns.
Yeah, well, I don't know what sort of testing like the U.S. Army has done in regards to that, or the Marines, or other U.S. law enforcement, pseudo law enforcement.
It's used by, was it the DEA, I think I read somewhere?
I mean, I know with rifles they do that sort of volume, but I've never heard of that with pistols.
So did you ever get a hammer out and adjust that AK of yours down?
Yes, I did.
You actually did?
No, I didn't.
I was hoping you would.
No, for like $9 to my door, I got the appropriate tool.
Yeah, I saw your video.
And just kind of nudged it over a little.
So now you're gonna try to straighten out your sight or just live with it?
I'm going to live with it because I do have it zeroed. It wasn't canted so bad that I was not able to zero it. That ultimately was the deciding factor.
I guess as long as you can see the sight post and hit what you're shooting at, that's kind of the main thing, right?
Like when my son looked at it, he said, "What's wrong with this?" And I said, same. I had the same question when I looked at it. It looked fine before I started zeroing it, and then I kept having to move it over, and by the time I got it, left to right in the center, all of a sudden it looks like, it was way over to the right. Till it looked like something was really screwed up. But, what was screwed up was the mount was canted. So, yeah, I had to compensate by that by drifting over the sight way over.
So I'm not sure how AKs go together, but I know they press the barrel into the trunnion, And I'm just wondering if that sight post is already on the barrel when they do it. I mean, it seems like it'd be kind of hard to line up if you did that.
Yeah, as well as when they come over here and they make what I'll call the U.S. modifications. Because including things as simple as when it gets re-parkerized.
Oh, you think just from handling it would get bent? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, things get dropped. It wouldn't be the first time. In a loud factory, somebody drops something, they pick it up, they look to see if they got caught, and if they didn't, they just kind of quietly set it back on the line.
Well, and part of that could be the way the trunnion is fit to the receiver too. If it's not exactly square, then the barrel would be pointed off one direction or the other. Just even the tiniest bit would affect your front sight post.
Yeah, I actually have a legitimately short video, less than 2 minutes, kind of showing it coming out. I think not tomorrow. I think maybe it's the day after tomorrow. I forget. But this is part of my AK Journey series I'm kind of doing. Because I had gotten the impression from G-Webs that was no longer an issue.
I don't know. I'm not an AK guy.
Yeah, mine's not an Arsenal. It is, although I got it from J&G Sales out of Arizona. It's the other one, Century Arms, which is the other large. I don't know if they're the largest or not, but they are a large importer of AKs. That was an issue, I guess, according to G-Webs, maybe 10 plus 15 years ago with ones that they were importing. But he said he had not heard of that in quite some time. And when I looked at it initially, just by eyeballing it, it didn't look like it was off. It wasn't until I tried to zero it that obviously the proof is in the pudding. When you line up the sights and you hit the paper, if it's too far over and you've got because I usually go with group sizes of 5 rather than 3, just because of flyers and I'm not chasing a false indication.
Well, I thought it was pretty impressive that you hit what that plate was, maybe 8 inches wide or so. Hit that at 200 yards. I thought that was pretty good.
Well, I had no idea, and which is kind of one of the reasons why I made the video. I didn't know what to expect in regards to accuracy out of AKs in general. I didn't know maybe that was a normal thing. Maybe that everybody does that. I had no idea.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't use red dots.
I'll tell you what.
Like
iron sights out at 200 yards, like you were showing, that's pretty effective. I mean, that target was certainly half the size of a man, or half the width, or less. And so to be able to hit that, even if vertically it wasn't exactly right, it's still right there. Pretty effective. Yeah. I didn't realize that they could be that close, that close on at that kind of distance, especially with iron sights. But
yeah, because all I had ever heard, prior to me purchasing one, was about, they're very inaccurate. They're very inaccurate, but they are very reliable. And so I just want, I don't have access to anything longer than 200 yards, so that's all I can really test it at.
Mm-hmm.
But I was just curious myself, so.
They're pretty accurate. I mean, as long as you know where your bullets are going, you get used to your rifle, you can do some pretty amazing things with them.
Mm-hmm. Because with, granted, that was the first time I'd ever shot at that distance with that rifle, and I never shot and never had an AK before. Now with my AR, and I don't run any optics on that either. I just use my iron sights. I can get about 80% most days, unless it's really windy, with my AR at 200. I think I was less than that. I don't know, maybe 50%. I forget what my.
Well, yeah, but shooting a new rifle too.
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought it was pretty good. Now, if you can be that accurate out to 200 yards, that's about all you really need to. I mean, that's really pretty close to the extent of what that rifle's really capable of, anyway, right?
Well, I don't know, and that's why I was kind of hoping through that video I would get some people literally to tell me, can it go out further? If so, with just the hardware that it comes with.
I don't know.
I mean, obviously, the better vision you have and the better hand-eye control and all that stuff, the better you can do. But the sight starts covering up what you want to hit the further you go out.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you want to add a little precision, you can sharpen the sight into a point.
Right.
You can do that with a mill file or a file on a Leatherman or something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. I had no idea AK rounds came screaming out of the barrel at 2,400 feet a second. Holy smokes. Some faster than that.
Hi, Chris.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've never seen, I see people with ARs shooting, competition distance, but I never see people doing that with AKs. And it's like, well,
AKs are way heavy for competition and stuff. I mean, they're not as maneuverable or.
Yeah. Well, you should be able to use them for like hunting, like if you want to take a deer.
Oh yeah, for stuff like that, but for competitions, like.
AKs are not very suited for competition for a lot of people. So the magazine, how you change magazines out is one. Overall, just overall accuracy, because there's so much you can do to an AR to make it super accurate, especially for competition. But when AK, it's all about the shooter, and and not so much the equipment. So a lot of professional shooters like to, they're good shooters and all, but they want to get their ARs to be as accurate as can be.
Right.
Yeah, the second time I took my AK out, after I first got it, I dumped about 300 rounds, almost as fast as I could. I was shooting up a hilltop at a bunch of dead trees with targets on them and stuff, and anywhere between 25 and 50 and 150 yards, and I was nailing about 75%. But by the end of it, I was so worn out. My arms were so tired and fatigued from the weight of the rifle and the magazines and changing and reloading everything. It's a whole new skill set compared to running any other.
It's a workout, huh?
And I've run lever actions for a long time and never had any issues with them.
I was looking at this ballistics chart, and it looks like they fall off pretty hard after about 350 yards.
Yep. It's a heavy bullet.
Yeah. You get a lot of them.
Now, granted, in one day I am going to get started in reloading here, and I want to experiment on how to lighten up a 7.6 Super 39 load.
Lighten it up. Is the recoil causing you problems?
No. I'm not talking about recoil. I'm talking about lightening the bullet itself. Like reduce it a few grains. Further.
Okay.
What are they, about 122 grains, 120 grains or so? I got one here somewhere.
Do they sell them in lighter weights?
Yeah, 122.
Generally. Yeah, 122, but not generally.
And they wouldn't be as effective as far as foot-pounds and so on, but they'd retain their velocity longer, and they'd probably shoot a little straighter. The lighter you go, I suppose.
Wouldn't that be the other round? What's the newer round that they?
5.45.
Not the. Yeah, that one. That would be kind of what you're looking at, though, right?
Yeah, if you want to get something that's close to an AR, what they call a 5.56, 223, 5.56, in another way, that's why the Russians decided to go for 5.45 because of the 223, because they wanted to get more distance out of their rounds.
Well, here's this. Here, I'll put this link in here. This shows a bunch of different muzzle velocities and stuff. And there's some ammo in here that's pretty amazing. It's a 37 grain bullet going at 3,700 feet per second in 7.62 by 39. Unless it's a typo, I'll link it up here. It's about in the middle of the list.
It's got to be a short bullet. I
don't know. You'd have to look at the company and see. I think they're linkable. I don't know. It's RBCD Ammunition Ballistics. That's got to be a typo. Or some bad data or something. I don't know, but they have like the highest muzzle velocity of any of these other manufacturers, so who knows?
3,700 feet per second?
I know, right? Unless it's maybe like a copper bullet or something. Well, how could it possibly be 37 grains? It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, that's the only way to get that kind of velocity is to reduce the weight like that.
Well, let's look up the company.
5.56 even hopped up aren't even close to that.
I know, right? Looking it up, one of the first things I find is RBCD ammo controversy. Uh-oh. That doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't.
One of the things I want to experiment on a 7.62 by 39 is to hollow it out a little bit more from the back end. See, and try to get reduced down the grainage to at least 110. See how that goes.
Well, how could you do that accurately and repeatably?
I didn't say repeatably. I mean, you're not going to do it. Only a few select rounds will be like that.
Okay.
Like maybe 10 rounds, 10 rounds at the most.
Because if you can't repeat it, you don't know, well, that's great, but how can I ever do it again?
Well, you hollow out 10 rounds, and then check the weight of each round, make sure it's around the weight that you want, or around the greenness you want, and then load them and see the results. You're gonna have to experiment. I haven't, I'm not saying it's gonna be successful. I'm just saying I want to see if I can do that.
Oh.
And it's only gonna be a few rounds, like like a few deluxe rounds. It's like it's like making very custom hand loads for hunting.
Right.
Do you get yourself? You gonna use a single stage then, just so you build them one at a time like that?
Yeah.
Well, I'm
looking at a Redding Big Boss 2. I think I've decided I'm gonna get that one.
I am actually looking into getting a kit, so I'm shopping around for. I am gonna get into reloading here pretty soon. It's gonna be a major ass project because not only that, I gotta build me a bench, too, proper bench, and then of course the kit. But this one I found right here is gonna be my hopefully they'll have enough stock soon. But for the price, this is a good starting kit.
Do you have
Brownells has
something good guy to actually set up a reloading room?
What?
You're in a townhome, right?
No, I'm in a house. I live in a house.
Okay, I thought you lived in a townhouse.
No,
okay.
No, my house.
Never mind.
What's going on, Sandy?
I was looking, doing the research that I've been doing. Brownells had the I think what's what they called their master reloading kit. I'm trying to bring it up, but it's kind of slow right now for some reason.
All right.
But that's their Rock Chucker Supreme, and I think you get scales and funnels and all. I mean, all that stuff. I didn't really look into it because that's not what I'm looking for.
Yeah, just like this kit right here has it. So this for $130. I can have all the stuff that I need, and
Oh, sure.
Except for outside of a tumbler. And outside of having a tumbler, a media separator, and what else? In a bullet puller. That's it. And anything else I can probably think of what I could use.
I went to Fisherman's Marine here. It's just a sporting goods store, but they have a decent gun section and some reloading stuff. Mm-hmm. And picked up a What the hell? It's behind my guitar amp. I can't even see the name. Hang on a minute.
Now, granted, though, here's what's messed up. The one I just posted, I just realized does not have a priming, a priming arm or tool. Damn it. But that has a turret press on it, while the 50th anniversary, which only has a single stage, has priming tools. I mean, granted, I can probably get like a hand priming tool. So that's not.
So anyway, I get this tumbler from it's a Frankfurt Arsenal. It's kind of a cheap one.
Uh-huh.
And I made basically my own media separator just out of a colander I had with the gold panning gold panning supplies. Just had to open the holes up a little bit, and $40, dude. Seriously. And got some walnut shell lizard litter from a pet store. And there's a formula out there where you take a little bit of mineral spirits and some new finish car wax, and you mix that in with your media. I'll tell you what, I ran a whole bunch of shells through the thing. I mean, I'm not kidding you, probably 2,000 pieces of brass, and they look perfect. $40. I'll get a better one eventually, but you know what? This one works. So I'll run it until it dies.
Ever thought about putting? I ever thought about, and I'm just crazy. I mean, a lot of people probably think I'm crazy when I say these things because I've never done it. I've never done reloading, but I just thought of ever thought about putting steel balls or BBs in a tumbler? Not all of it, but with walnut to clean up.
Well, you can wet tumble with stainless steel rods. They're like little short pieces of stainless steel rods, and they do a really, really nice job. There's some people that think that work hardens the casings, and a lot of other people that say that's bunk. I tend to fall into that camp myself. So if you wanted to deal with wet tumbling, it's kind of a pain because you've got to dry the cartridges.
I'm in Arizona. That's easy.
Yeah, right. And so the other side of it is if you tumble with a dry media like that, you can end up with dust. Although I found out that putting that new finish and mineral spirit mixture in there cut the dust down a ton.
I've heard a lot of people I've seen use new finish or wax or other types of.
Not knowing any better, I did it because YouTube told me to.
I saw some guy on YouTube do that, so yeah.
Yeah, that seems to work pretty good.
So how much new finish? Well, let me back up. How many cases did you have in there, and then how much new finish did you put in for that amount?
All right, well, I'll tell you the way it works. The bag of walnut stuff that I got was it was like 8-pound bag,
okay,
and about half of that fit in the tumbler. So 4 pounds of media.
Mm-hmm.
And what I did was I took a kind of a standard size of cottage cheese container, right? Mm-hmm. Not the big jumbo ones, but the standard size cottage cheese container.
Okay.
Poured in about a quarter of the way up with mineral spirits and just squirted a bunch of the new finish in there. Not really exact amount, probably an ounce, if that. Stirred it up really well and slowly poured it into the media while it was running. Let it run for like 10 minutes or so, and I helped along by mixing it with a coat hanger. Okay. Ran it for a little bit and dumped brass in there, and I'll tell you what, it was a little wet when I first started it. I put a little too much in there. So I added a little bit more of the walnut shell to it. You can tell, I mean, if you pick it up and you kind of roll it around in your fingers, if it's real wet, you'll know it.
Yeah.
And so this thing is kind of weak. It doesn't vibrate as good as some of the other ones do, the more expensive ones. But it was effective. I mean, I got bags of nice shiny brass here, which I didn't have before, so I'm okay with it. I was going to say,
as a byproduct of the wax being in there, did that also, in addition to the dust, did it also literally get you a cleaner shell? Casing?
I'm sure it didn't hurt. The wax has no abrasive in it, but there are metal polishes that you can buy, from like Dillon, and I mean they all make them, and I'm sure there's other brands out there made specifically for doing that are kind of abrasive. So I'm thinking, like a rubbing compound instead of the new finish, or instead of the new finish. I'm going to try that with the other part of the media that I have, and compare them and see if putting rubbing compound in there actually makes a difference. I probably have to rinse the shells off because you don't want that grit in your dyes. But who knows? It'd be an extra step to rinse them and dry them, but if it makes a better job out of it with cheap equipment, then why not? I'm not averse to a little bit of labor.
Hey, you want the corn cob or walnut? Which one's better, or which one?
Well, I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'll just preface everything I say by I'm not an expert, but I've done a lot of reading, and people say the corn cob is really good, but it breaks down to dust pretty fast.
Okay.
And I've had people say that the walnut breaks down as well. I haven't seen any evidence of that, but I've only run, a couple of thousand shells in this batch of media. I don't have any.
Someone. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, as someone who polishes a lot of stuff, I'll tell you the walnut will give you a better polish because it's a harder material with a finer grain to it at the end when it starts powdering and breaking up. So it'll get you to a higher polish, but the corn cob will get you an easier polish. It's more like a foam.
Oh, right on. There you go.
Walnut then. Okay.
Can you mix?
Yeah, and it's cheap. Go to a pet store and get it. They might even sell it at Walmart. Who knows? Take a look in the pet section.
Cabela sells it for like $13, $14 a
Oh,
can.
don't buy it there. Go to a pet store and look for either lizard litter or birdcage litter.
Okay.
Either way, if it's little brown chunks, it's walnut.
Can you mix the corn and the walnut together in kind of a hybrid?
You can mix anything. You could throw a handful of sand in if you wanted to.
Well, I mean, and have it turn out and not damage the brass and not take longer.
Yeah.
No, it's too soft to damage the brass. Those to me.
I'll tell you right now, in this little cheapo vibratory deal here, I ran the brass. I probably ran, I don't know. I did them in batches of like 300 a piece, and I ran them for 2 hours. I pulled one out at 1 hour, and they were pretty clean, but just right where the case rim is, where the bullet is seated, there was a little bit of burn marks on the 9mm. And so I ended up running them for another hour, and they came out, 98% acceptable, which is good enough for me. I mean, they don't have to be like jewelry. As far as I'm concerned, it's a brass shell. As long as it does its job, it's good to go. Yeah, shiny brass doesn't impress people at the range.
Unless you're a Yankee.
Well, you know what? What's impressive is putting them in a good hole. All right, a small group. If they're working right, I don't really care what they look like.
Where's Stone Guy when you need him?
Is he a reloader? I didn't know if he was or not.
No, it was a bad joke.
Oh.
And jokes that need explaining are usually best.
Yeah, I looked at this kit actually, Chris, a while back, and I was seriously going to buy one, and I decided to change my strategy a little bit halfway through before I bought too much equipment. I'm kind of glad I did.
So did you get a traditional tumbler, where kind of like a concrete mixer, just smaller?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
No, it's a vibratory tumbler. It's a Frankfurt Arsenal cheapie.
Okay, so it's not a rolling.
No, I have one of those. It's too small. It's a tumbler. It's like a rock tumbler, and I could do the stainless steel media in there, but it's pretty small. And like I said, I don't really care that they're they look like jewelry.
How many cases can you do in one
in this little one, I was doing about somewhere between 300 and 400, probably like 3 pounds of brass or so, 2.5, 3 pounds of brass. I didn't really pay much attention. The thing that I found out though is how full the thing is with media and brass makes a big difference on how well it worked. You have to have just the right amount of stuff in there, otherwise it doesn't do the cases don't come from the outsides and then flow to the middle and then go back underneath, right? It's got this motion to it. When the cases are moving like that, that's when the thing is working its best. And so you kind of have to just play with it. You throw handfuls of brass in there until things start moving around the way you want. And once you find that happy medium, then that batch is good to go. You just let it sit and run. That was something I didn't expect. I figured it would just start working no matter what, but it didn't. The first time I turned it on, everything just sat there. The thing is I didn't have enough stuff in there.
So at this point, Sandy, you just have the tumbler and the media?
As far as reloading equipment goes?
Yeah.
No. I've got 12,000 primers, 8 pounds of powder. Actually, I'll take that back, 9 pounds of powder. I've got 1,600 9mm bullets, 1,038 bullets, and I haven't counted all my brass, but it's well over 2,000 shells combined with 9mm and 38. I've got.
You've been collecting for a while?
Yeah, well, I've been collecting brass since I don't throw my brass away. I built that brass catcher. If you watch my videos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And beyond that, I've got 2 sets of Dillon dies, a spare Dillon tool head, a Dillon case feeder, and I'll be buying the press here before too long. I'm going to jump into an XL650 right off the bat.
Do you use a media separator, or how do you separate your media?
I have this bad habit of dry panning for gold, so I've got lots of sifters.
Okay.
And I just found one that works, so I just use that.
Okay.
I just over a tub and dump it in there and shake it around until there's no more walnut stuff left, and throw them in a bag. Boom, done.
What's how do most people, or what's the traditional way of separating them?
A rotary media separator, I guess. It's like a basket. You dump the contents of the tumbler into it, close the lid, and this thing sits over a bucket, and you just turn a handle, and as it spins, the brass and everything kind of jumps around in there, and the media falls through, the brass doesn't.
Oh, okay.
Or if you want to be cheap about it, here's my next link.
You just pick them out one by one?
No,
No, you end up with just the brass. You can dump them right in a bucket. Yeah, this is pretty much. I mean, it's not. Mine don't look like this, but I mean, it's pretty much the same idea. Just dump it in there, shake it around over a 5-gallon bucket. Boom, done.
Oh, okay.
Or you can be fancy about it, and they have those buckets where you can spin it around until yeah. But those are a little bit more elaborate.
Yeah.
Get the wife's colander.
Yeah, I thought about that, but the holes are a little small.
Yeah, you don't want the lead on your kitchen utensils.
I'm just joking.
Well, the first one I did, I took a small gold pan and I used my Dremel with a disc cutter on it, and I cut a bunch of grooves in it, which took quite a while. And I used that, and it worked. And I got to looking around because I knew I had those separators. They call them classifiers, right? And so I just went to my smallest classifier and had to open some of the holes up because of plastic flashing in them. And that one worked. That works great. It's awesome.
Right there is what do they call this? Right there's the fancy media separator. Also from Frankfurt.
Exactly. Yeah, and Frankfurt Arsenal sells a kit that has this media separator and the vibratory deal in it for like $70-80. If you look online, you can find them. I just happened to get lucky. I stopped in to get some, looking for bullets is why I went, and they had that thing sitting there. It was the last one on the shelf. I thought, well, what the hell? I haven't cleaned any brass yet. I'll try it. What's the worst that could happen? I'm out $40.
Now, did you buy some of the what I call the consumables, which is your powder, your primers, your bullets, your stuff like that, because they were on sale before you bought the actual hardware to do it, or?
Well, here's the thing. I can't afford to go out and spend, $2,500 to get everything I need at one time. And so I'm just collecting. Yeah, I'm just collecting things. Basically, here's the deal. By the time I have that Dylan put together sitting on the bench, I want to be able to start running ammo. So I'll have clean brass. I've got primers. I've got bullets. I'll have powder. Right, I've got my powder. So essentially, I can just go right into adjust the press and go right into production. That's the way I look at it.
So, are you primarily going to use the book from wherever you're buying bullets from as your guide?
I have a Nosler book, a Spear book, and Lyman's 49th Reloading Handbook. You can't have too many books.
Well, because I was looking actually at Amazon earlier today, and I was looking at a Nosler book, a Lyman book, and some. I think it was a book made by one of the press companies, and it's like I can see having one from the company that made the press, and I can see having one from the company you're getting the bullets from. And it's like, well, unless it's incomplete, why would you need a third one unless you have an
here's the thing.
Caliber or something?
There's like 200 or more different kinds of powder that you can buy, and so maybe one book has a bunch of load data for several different kinds of powder, but not the powder you have, right? And so you're looking for recipes that you can count on that aren't going to blow your gun up or hurt you. Right, and so it gets to the point where I already know I've got probably half the books I need right now. I'll end up with at least $100 just in books before it's all said and done. But you can buy them, pretty cheap. Like if you go to a sporting goods store. Places where you wouldn't expect to find them, just at standard ordinary bookstores, right? If you go to a Cabela's or someplace like that, they're going to charge you a bit of a premium, I would think, on something like that.
Where I live, the only bookstores left are Barnes and Nobles, and that's it.
They may not have any gun stuff. They're kind of like that.
My Barnes and Noble has reloading books. I saw it.
Hey, well, there you go.
But they've always been the Cadillac as far as prices. They've always been very expensive.
Oh. Well,
I can get them on Amazon.
But if
it doesn't. You might find a bunch of reloading books at Barnes and Noble sitting on their 50% off table because nobody's buying them.
That's true.
It doesn't hurt to look.
You're absolutely right about that. I picked up some pretty good bargains that way.
Mm-hmm. You bet. Well, that's how I got the Nosler book. It was sitting on a 50% table at Bi-Mart. I'm like, holy crap, man! It's a hardbound book. It's 2 inches thick. Why would it? I got it for under $20.
So going back to the presses. So I know like a turret press is a little bit more advantageous because you just you don't have to change you don't have to unscrew dies often. So is that worth it? I mean, to have that, or if you're dedicated to one round, or is there a way to just you can? Is there just you can just use technique to be faster on a single stage?
Well, the way I see it is the more automated your press becomes, the faster you load ammo, but then potentially the more chances that your quality control slips a little bit,
there you go. So you have to.
Right, and so there's a balancing act, and it all comes down to how much attention you're willing to pay. A single stage kind of forces you to pay attention, but you can make mistakes with those too. So. Yeah.
Well, what I take it is because the reason you change dies is, and this is from just my initial understanding of reloading, is that you're going from the depriming and shaping to bullet, to seating and crimping.
Right.
So basically what you do, you deprime maybe 10, 20, 50 rounds, and then then you don't have to worry about using the the priming and depriming, and then you just go, you know, you take it basically take each stage multiple times. Do 10, do 10 deprimes, 10 primings, 10 powders, and then do it all at once instead of having to do it one at a time. So I guess it just depends on technique, I guess.
Yeah, and you can get the little, if you're going to load on a single stage like that, you get the shell holders, the trays, and you just get yourself into a good rhythm of how you set your cases in there, so you don't lose track of where you were. I think in knowing the way I do things, I would be more error prone on a single stage press because I get distracted easily. Squirrel.
That's
so. Yeah.
I don't know. To me, I'm like, if I ever reload, it's gonna be like, since I already have a lot of purchased rounds, and I'm not purchasing pre-made ammunition anytime soon. I'll do it maybe 20 rounds a day, or 20 rounds, just not even like, maybe no more than 50 rounds a day on a certain caliber. So that way I can still maintain quality control, but have a lot of ammo to use later on. So in the course of a week, I'll probably have like at least 200 rounds of a certain caliber made in the course of a week.
I'm primarily only going to be doing pistol brass, straight wall stuff. So there's steps there that, a full-length resize on a pistol round is really pretty straightforward. Now, when you start talking about neck cartridges in rifle rounds, there's a whole other art form to taking care of your brass there. I mean, you're into annealing and full-length resizing and all of these things, and you need pretty powerful press to do some of that stuff, depending on the size of the cartridge. So.
Oh yeah, what do you call a decent O, like a leap, even a single stage press. That's also an O. An O press instead of a C press. That should be fine, I would think. If you're talking about the strong press, but I'm not gonna get into rifles until way later because 7.6 2x39 is those are hard to come by. It's cheaper to buy those steel cases than it is to reload them.
Yeah, exactly.
So, unless I'm experimenting with them, but that's way later. The only thing I would maybe do is if I can get my hands on 223 starting now, I can rebuild my 223, 223 before in a couple of years I'm gonna get me an AR. So I'll have a lot of hand loaded 223 rounds ready to go when I get my AR.
Yeah, I guess that's one thing you could do.
Yeah.
It's like I'll continue to buy ammo, and because what that does is it just adds to my brass collection, right? And I'm not going to worry too much about keeping little bags that say this is once fired, this is twice fired, and all of that. It's just inspect the cases after you clean them.
Oh yeah. Some people have this thing called, you can only fire out a brass 3 times. It's like, no, you inspect each brass to see if they're still good to go. Because, if your gun has good headspace, it's not going to hurt the brass.
Probably one of the best. There's a lot of guys out there on YouTube. Ammo Smith is real good. But like for casting and reloading and lots of really good practical tips, Fortune Cookie 45LC. He's got a great channel and tons of really good videos. He's a little quirky, but he's been doing reloading for like 40 years, and he passes on a lot of nuggets of information. Really great channel. But I mean, there's a lot of good ones out there. You can learn a lot, but it's kind of it's a bit of a new adventure for me, and like I said, I am not even close to being. I'm not even a novice yet. I've yet to make one round, but I'm getting there.
I'm planning on getting into it. I mean, I'm at the point where it's time for me to stop buying guns and start getting, if I want to progress in my, well, not completely stop buying guns, but not just buy a gun almost all the time. But I now want to, in my gun hobby, I want to go to the next step and start a reload. So. expand the hobby a little bit more.
Well, my goal is to be able to sneer at the next ammo scare. That's my goal.
That too.
All right, and
Except
so
for Super 39 is going to be hard to do because brass for those is expensive and bullets.
one of the reasons I pulled the plug on buying that AK.
What did everybody run out of?
Well, here's the thing though. Simple Super 39, regardless of ban or ammo scarce, is not going to be scarce anytime soon. So, I mean, this threat from Russia, but ammo from Russia is still streaming in, so it's not going to be a while. And once they get things under control in Ukraine, we'll get Ukraine ammo again.
Nobody predicted the last one, and it happened. We're not going to be able to predict when the next one's going to come.
Yeah.
Right.
So we never know, but at the same time, we are, Simple Super 39 to me is just one of those ammunitions that are hard to get rid of.
You're a reloader versus, let's say, myself. I'm not a reloader. I keep a certain amount of rounds on hand in case it happens again. But if you are a reloader, then it would make sense to keep that amount of primers, that amount of bullets, that amount of cases.
Right.
Well, there goes the neighborhood.
So, granted, when I do start experimenting with Super 39, I will be getting some brass for those. I'll probably get like one occasional one box of brass ammo. They sell them for like 12. It's twice the price of steel ammo. It's like $12 for a box of Super 39 preview partisan. Simple Super 39.
Tula, don't they call it Tula brass? They make 7.62 by 39 with brass casings. You can reload those.
I have not seen it. I have not seen those. If I can find those, that'll be great. There are some, what do you call this? Arcabellus has Herder's Select for Super 39, which is Tula brass. They sell those for like $12 a box.
So back in like 2012, before everything went down, I bought a box of was it PMC brass 760 by 39 for like $9.99 on sale for a box of 20.
Oh, nice.
I thought that was really good, and I still have it.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna. What do you call this? I also saw on online this guy reloading 7.6 Super 39 with lead. He casts his own lead bullets for it. It's very interesting. But you have to. It's gonna. There's one added step that you have to wax it before you load it into the casing. So.
Ballistic Expansion does that.
Yeah.
Cast his own brain cells goodbye.
I think his brain cells were never there.
Ooh.
Honest. Sometimes he what's in it? God was it? Bless his heart.
Yeah.
That bless his heart, right? One of those things.
Yep.
Oh, it had to be CNN that's reporting this. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, that was the most whatever. It's everywhere. It's on ABC and stuff like that, on the local channel. But again, it was there was a girl, a 9-year-old girl, who was shooting a full auto Uzi, and the recoil came back, and the firearms instructor, I guess, was right next to her, and he got the barrage of bullets in the head, and passed away Monday night. Yesterday.
You don't give I don't know. You gotta be very careful with those type of things.
I don't understand why they would give a little girl that kind of like.
Exactly, 9 years old. Yeah, that's another thing.
Well, the age limit is 8 years old and above. But again, for like a girl, like especially an 8-year-old girl or an 8-year-old little boy too, doesn't really matter. Like that thing recoils up. Like they should have had like.
They should have it rested.
They should have had it rested, but I feel like they should have like a lanyard attached to like the bench, the shooting bench. So
rested and secured. That's the best way.
Like it couldn't I guess swing that high. I guess. But yeah, there's actually a video of it.
Ugh. Yeah, but still, when you shoot, you start off with a 22 first of all.
But it's a full auto. They went to the whole to have the experience of a full auto.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just too risky. I mean, that could have turned out better, but that's still way too risky to give a full auto to someone who's not experienced even shooting that much.
It should have been obvious to everyone, but obviously it wasn't.
Yep.
So this guy that got killed was the firearm instructor?
Yeah. You can watch the video right there on. I just linked the video.
Oh, I don't want to see him get shot.
No, it cuts off, but you can see where she's shooting, and then the gun just rises up. So you don't see anything.
See that.
Bet you CNN's eating this up, and all the gun haters will be on the comment section. Just
well, something similar like this. Something similar to this happened. What, a year plus, a little over a year ago? The guy with the 500 Magnum, yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's exactly.
So if I was because I just took out my little cousin and my little nephew shooting last weekend, and one of them's 7 and the other one's turning 6. But like the guy, if you see him, like he holds his hand like flat, and he like instead of like holding like, the magazine itself, he like uses it as like a platform instead of like holding it. If you watch it, the video's not graphic at all. So you just see her like shoot it once, and like yeah, you're doing good, and then you see like a 3-round burst, and the gun climbs. That's it. It cuts off. So it's only 15 seconds. It's nothing. But I hold down the magazine, so just in case of my I had an AR where Smith & Wesson M15, so we had a full size rifle, I guess, or 22 rifle, and it wouldn't climb. But I don't understand.
Well, the sucky part is they were out, they were having a good time, or so they thought, and now this, and that little girl's gonna have to live with that the rest of her life.
Yep.
Just for somebody handing a weapon to her that probably shouldn't have.
So I'm just gonna play it right here, but it's not graphic at all. So you see like where they're just he's showing her how to stand and stuff and how to hold the gun, and you see.
What does an Uzi weigh? Like
7
or 8 pounds or something?
Yeah, but look, see right there. See where the gun rises up and it stops right there? Like he's not even like holding the bottom of the magazine or the.
AK weighs 7 or 8 pounds.
If you look right there. You see where the gun's pretty much like 90 degrees up in the air. Sandy, what kind of guns do you have again? Do you have like an AR?
No, I don't have an AR.
How about an AK?
No, I pulled the plug on that idea. I've got a couple of hunting rifles, a couple of 10-22s. I've got a couple of Ruger Mini 14s. Don't hate.
No, I
like them.
I don't hate. You're just gonna have, if you can go get magazines for them, more power to you, because I used to own one.
Oh, I know.
I think they're a cool option. I thought they were a cool option when they're going for use for like $350, $400, but now that's at the price of like $600-$700. That's the price of an AR-15. You know what I mean?
Right.
If they were cheaper, I would love to get one.
I've got one new in the box that we bought the Saturday after Sandy Hook happened.
I'll give you $350 for it.
No, you won't. It's one of the tactical ones, the so-called tactical ones.
$375.
Yeah, right. And magazines are a problem. They cost a pretty penny. That's for sure. I got enough. I don't have a whole bunch of them, but I'm not tactical loadout guy either, so I'm mainly into handguns.
It's like the same as ammo. I mean, they do wear out.
Don't they don't make one called like the Ranch Boss or something like that? Oh, which one? I wanted one so bad. I wanted a Mini 30.
Yeah, those are pretty cool.
That's the one I wanted too, and it had the stain.
I would.
Oh yeah.
I'd definitely get a Mini 30. I would like to get a Mini 30 one day. The only thing that pisses me off about them is magazines.
Okay, I wanted like something like this, where it's all like stainless steel. But besides that barrel shot is ugly. But I wanted something like that so bad, and I'm like, this will be such a cool gun. And
that
they were only
looks
going
a lot
for,
like it looks a lot like the Mini 4, the first one I bought. I've got the stock is laminated. It's like black and white, so it looks zebra striped, and everything else is stainless. The stainless scope, well, bright scope anyway. And I've got stainless mags for it. It looks pretty cool.
I wanted the Ranch rifle, the Mini 30 though, because again, in our state of Washington, you got to hunt with a 30 caliber or bigger. So I always wanted one, but yeah, so I wanted a Ranch rifle.
Mine's a varmint gun. That's all it is.
Ooh, this one looks good.
I had time deciding between the Mini 30 or buying an AK. I decided to buy the AKs instead of the Mini 30.
Well, I already have the AKs now.
Those Veprs look good.
I'm so in love with the underfolder though. It's
I'd still like a stainless Mini 30.
Mm-hmm.
So on those Veprs, are they actually checkered, or is that like indented with some kind of a press or something? It looks like it had checkering on it.
It looks like checkering to me. It looks carved because there's little lines. It's like it's outlined and then dented. You know what I mean? That's how you do checkering. It's like a
classic checkering it there.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of neat. It's the first time I'd seen that kind of stock work on any kind of AK.
Oh. Had to go get some ibuprofen. I took a hell of a fall skating tonight. I was talking to someone, so I was skating backwards, and we were going at a pretty good pace. And right as I go around the corner, they go, "Watch out!" But it was too late. There was a kid laying, just laid down inside the line. You know how there's that line, and you're supposed to skate backwards on the one side of the line, forward on the other.
Yeah.
He was laying on this side of the line, and I hit the kid, and he's little. And I couldn't fall on him because I'd hurt him, so I had to kind of do that jump in the air, tuck, and land on your back. And, oh my God! I about broke my tailbone.
My dad, back when I was in like grade school, we were like playing basketball, like in like an open gym, and apparently like one of my like sister's classmates, which is like our mutual, because like everyone, we were only a year apart, so like a good friend, I guess. He was like on the ground. And my dad didn't see him, and he was like backpedaling, you know, showing like my sister how to like defend like whatever, and like do the drop, you know, pivot and drop, and then shuffle, pivot and drop, shuffle. Well, he didn't see the kid, Woody, and like my dad tripped over him and like tried to catch his fall and broke his wrist.
Yeah. Mostly my tailbone, because I went straight up in the air, tucked, and came down right on my ass and rolled onto my back. I tried to land on my ass and back at the same time.
Like my dad had to like take like a good like month off of work pretty much, or he couldn't work because he's a car painter, so he paints cars, and he broke his painting arm, so he couldn't like whatever. And to this day, every time I break, I always lie to like the guy. I'm like, yeah, my dad had like lost his job because of you broke my dad's arm.
So what do you got there, Yuki? One of those Saiga shotguns?
That's a Vepr.
This is a Vepr.
Oh, great! You got it.
You could totally tell the difference because of foreign.
Yes.
Cool.
And it's beefier. It's a lot beefier.
Nicer build than the Segas. I was not happy with the Segas. I've never been happy with them, but this is much nicer.
That's pretty cool looking.
It's like, I don't like the Vepr either. I just bought the Ken amount.
It wasn't cheap, that's for sure. It was $999.
Yeah, that thing was like
hello.
3 months ago they were only going for like $8.95.
Yeah.
So how many rounds do the magazines hold? I imagine there's more than one kind, but the average magazine.
5, you get 5, 8, 10, 12.
They make a three-round magazines for hunting. So
the 8 is about the sweet spot on it. Those are the most comfortable ones I've seen. You know, look like they're the right length.
And so that's a semi-automatic then. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Did you just get it pick up today?
Basically a 308 AK, right?
Yeah, it's basically a 12 gauge AK.
Oh, 12 gauge. I thought you got a 308.
No, it's 12 gauge. This is 12 gauge. It's basically like a 12
Dude,
gauge.
don't worry. Next week, Nicky will buy the 308, and then the other next week after that, the following week.
I don't need a 308 AK because I bought the M1A. So.
Oh, so no, next week he's gonna buy the Vepr 762 by 54R.
Nope, I got enough Veprs now.
So you gotta complete the collection.
Nope, 3's plenty.
So what's the story behind those that Vepr shotgun then? Is that something that the Russian military developed, or is that just purely a civilian type gun, or what?
Recreational.
I think it's a hunting weapon. I think it's imported as a hunting rifle because they actually sell it as a hunting rifle. So. But it's got some nice features. I mean, it locks back on the last round.
Look at this! Look at this Mini 14 stainless.
Yeah, they're pretty. That's what I want. I want a Mini 14.
I wanted one so bad. The ranch one.
I want one eventually, a Mini 14 and a Mini 30 in stainless, but I can't.
Now, here's the thing with minis. That looks great and all, but you gotta take a look at the numbers, because there was a time when during the 180 series, the original series of rifles, had thin barrels, and you would actually see there's actually a YouTube video out there where they saw there was like a barrel whipping when you shoot them. Now
I have one. My old one is like that, and I'll tell you what, people say they're not accurate. I call BS. Okay, I can't hold a 1-inch group at 100 yards with it, but I can hit a groundhog at 100 yards with one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not accurate. It's just not the barrel's just.
Is it a gopher gun?
What do they call this? You get if you get a 580 series, the newer ones from 2005. Now those are good ones. That's what I had a 581 series, which is a good rifle. I also like the sights better on a 580 series because they're like AR style, not blade like some of them in the past did. So I love my I love my Mini a lot. But the thing is, I only was able to in total get 7 magazines for it, and they're in different sizes.
Yeah, the one I have has the front sight post removed.
Mm-hmm.
It's scope gun only.
Oh, see, yeah, some people have a scope gun only. So.
Optics. No, you gotta say it wrong. You gotta be tactical and be like optics ready. Right.
Optics ready. Yeah, exactly. Minus the rail.
So. Man, that looks good. That one looks pretty good. That action.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, go right ahead.
I would prefer, for something specific, I would rather get an AR if I was gonna get another 223 rifle.
I already got 7 of them.
Yeah, that's pretty much why I stopped buying magazines and whatnot for the Rugers. I kind of realized that that's kind of a dead end, and if you really want to go,
I think it's a good
battle type rifle or whatever, get one. No, the Ruger is not that.
It can be, but not. But there's so much work you gotta do with it. There are some limitations.
I think with the prices of ARs going down lower and lower, I think they're pretty much gonna get either extinct, because they're right now where they're going for like $6.99 right now,
that cheap, really? Wow.
Oh, really?
What?
Yeah.
Minis or what, or ARs?
ARs.
I saw a $600 AR for.
No, I'm saying the ARs are cheaper than that. You could probably find a good one for like $600, $650. But I'm saying minis are like going around like $700 right now, new.
Yeah.
And then that's ridiculous because I remember seeing them go on like for used for like $300, $350. This is back when I was still looking to buy stuff.
2012.
Yeah, 2011.
Yeah, 2012. When 2012, when I bought my Mini, it was I bought it for $450. It was a used 580 series.
Yeah.
It was lucky, and when I sold it for $600.
Well, they do hold their value, I guess.
Yeah, and they increase in value. So that's why I got that's what helped me out to get my AK was when I sold that AR, not AR, Mini. I love that gun. I miss it. I had a tactical stock for it and everything. Another thing though
You
is if
never
you
know.
don't,
You may end up with another one. You never know.
yeah, maybe in a couple of years, maybe later on, I'll get a Mini 30.
Yeah, what kind of stopped me on buying mags for those? I mean, I've got quite a few of them, but nowhere near like the 20 that you just got, Kisan.
Oh man,
But you know, it's kind of hard to justify throwing money at that platform when you see AR mags going for $8-9 a piece. You know. So
right now, look, $550 for a used. Ooh, ranch one, blued. Yeah.
You know what the thing is with the stainless steels? They're not really that shiny. they're brushed. They have a brush finish. Most of the stainless steel ones.
Yeah.
So you can de-blue a blued Mini 14 and get the same look.
So you have that.
for a little while.
It's not stainless metal though. Dun, dun, dun.
Another thing, yeah, is the proprietary scope mounts for minis. They have to use a proprietary scope mount for it too. I had to hunt those down. I had the one that was was low profile, that the casing kept hitting it and ruined two of my scopes. It's a good thing they were not that expensive. But I ruined two scopes with that, and so I decided to buy there's this actually a rail setup for that actually goes on top, and it mounts right on top of it, so you have a rail, and then I can put mount the scope on those.
So this is all you need pretty much right here, a PSA rifle kit, and you just all the parts for a rifle. All you gotta buy is a lower receiver, and you buy it for $50 right now.
Yeah.
So out the door, you probably get it for what, just under $600.
I'm still looking for an M16 upper, no rails.
Oh, I'll show you. Upper A2 style fix. Right there, bam.
Oh, nice.
Rifle, 483.
Oh, nice.
Probably find it cheap. Well, this is DP Max.
You
could probably find one for like PCM, but then again, more money.
That's later. I can probably piece it out. I can probably, I'll get the lower first. Of course, it'll get me like a $50 lower, and then get that. In fact, I'd rather get it. I'd rather get like a fixed, not a complete upper receiver, but a fixed one, and just get the barrel later on.
I think my next, if I do buy a lower, I think I'm gonna buy 80% lower and build it. They're $50 right now.
You got a drill press?
Mhm.
All right. Okay. Hey Yankee, I finally saw that video, of course, of bullets, bartering bullets video. Is that your ammo setup back there? Is that your ammo shelf?
I think it's a green screen.
I know, but it's a green screen, but it's a picture of his ammo shelf. Ooh, it's tapping away on their keyboard.
No, it's my fan that's going off.
Okay.
My ceiling fan. It was like we were in the 80s today. It was hot for us.
So there's mine.
Ooh.
Oh, nice. I like that wood.
It's from a video. Huh? What's that?
That laminate looks good.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like it. It definitely gets the job done.
I prefer using 20 round, 20 round straight mags. It looks better for me.
Let's see.
XD.
Find the plate that I killed with it. Nope.
Ooh, good food.
Trying to find the plate that I killed with it.
Thanksgiving.
Out in the woods.
Out in the range.
No, out in the woods.
That's good.
That was our Thanksgiving last year, actually.
You shot turkeys with a Mini 14.
No.
He's like,
Oh,
we,
yeah.
had, we had leftover pumpkins from.
Well, you can if you just aim for the head. It'll be great.
Uh,
Is that a
That was
is that
what
an
was left
AR-500
of.
plate?
That was what was left of my my steel target after shooting it with the 223 at 100 yards. It definitely
That's
wasn't
an
AR-500.
Exactly.
No,
yeah, that's a pistol.
it wasn't. It was just a disc of steel.
Yeah, it's a pistol plate. Yeah.
I just stole a manhole cover from the city, you know, city of Eugene, Oregon.
That's cast iron. That's not gonna hold up.
They're thick.
Yeah, but they're cast iron. They're not flexible.
Car drives over them. You know.
No, but an impact though, it'll break. So
Let me go.
after a while.
Let me go steal one, and we'll test this out.
All right, go ahead. But yep. So yeah, that's my next project. It's reloading. I'm gonna set up right here next to my computer desk. That's where I'm gonna set up my bench.
Bang bang, Olive.
And
Look right here. Blem lowers for $44. This is 80% lowers.
And those are aluminum.
Yeah, aluminum block.
So what's the 80% that you have to do? Drill a couple holes?
So you gotta see right here. If you look at it, there's no safety selector.
Oh,
no
right.
trigger. Both trigger. Was it?
So you buy this, but then you've got to buy their jig for $150, right?
Yeah. They have a plastic one for like I think cheaper right here, the polymer one. But it's for the polymer gun, and it's $70.
I saw a guy actually make clear out drill holes in a polymer lower with a Dremel.
Yeah, you could. There's instructions how to do it. You could do it. You can easily do it with a polymer lower with a Dremel easily. They're showing how to do it like a 80% lower aluminum, 80% lower with like a routing tool.
Uh-huh.
And they were showing like they showed you what to do, and they did like an hour long special on it, like a YouTube video. I have the whatever, but I'm thinking about buying a couple 80%ers and try to work on them. The thing is, if I do that, I'm gonna have to get into freaking like Dur coating or Sur coating because I don't. Even if I buy one that's like parkerized on the outside or anodized, I still don't want it to be freaking bare metal on the inside. And I'm gonna have to learn how to freaking. My dad's a painter, so I could probably just go over to him and he'll, whatever, show me what to do. Bang bang all over you.
Yeah, it'd be kind of fun to to try that out, kind of as a hobby thing.
Mm-hmm. We should totally. I was thinking about like how like there's people who like they do classes on it. So I was totally wondering if like maybe host like a build a rifle class. Or build an 80% lower class. That'd be cool to do that. We had one the other day. Or not when I say other day, I mean like a couple months ago. Someone was having like a build your AR-15 like tutorial. So you came in and like paid whatever, and they showed you how to do everything, which was pretty easy because all you gotta do is go on YouTube and you can find a gazillion people who does it. Like
Hey,
go ahead. Right now, if you give me a lower receiver and you give me a parts kit, I could get it done within 15 minutes tops. Everything.
So you've built them that way though, from the ground up like that, put all the parts in the lower and all that?
Well, yeah, I assembled them. I really don't build them because again.
Well, okay. But you have to, do you get like paint and stuff in the holes? You got to make sure all that's cleared out. It seems like that would be something you'd have to do, right?
No, they're pretty easy. I was trying to do I was wondering if we could do like a live chat and just like someone like have I would put it like an overhead camera over my workstation and just talk and build one at the same time. But I have a monitor that has a built-in camera, webcam, so.
It'd be kind of a cool Sunday afternoon thing, you know.
Well, I still want to. I'm not gonna lie. I still kind of want to race Ralph and like tearing apart like a AR-15 bolt and see who's gonna be quicker. You know what I mean?
Detail strip a bolt.
Yeah, detail strip a bolt and put it back together out of AR-15. They'll probably beat me, but I think that'd be fun. Like to race someone like via the internet. Like 1, 2, 3, go, and then.
It'd be more fun if we could make bets on it.
Have you seen like Mail Call? So Mail Call, right? The gunny. Well, one time it was like AR-15 versus AK, and like they had the two guys, like the weapon specialist, like blindfolded, and like they were taking apart their guns and everything, and the AK totally kicked the other guy's butt, the guy who was doing the AK, and then the gunny came and took like one of his pieces and hit it. And he's like, Gunny, like panning down the table, Gunny, I think I'm missing a few parts, and then Gunny's like, I don't know what happened, because he's really
Yeah, Gunny was saying, because it took a while longer to freaking build reassemble an AR. He says, "Well, it's because it's better engineered."
Yeah, that's what he's saying. And
bullshit.
It's so
an
funny.
AK has what, half the parts of an AR? If that.
Probably half.
Engineered my ass.
By the time you take into account all the pins and business, all that stuff.
Mhm.
Little ball bearings and detents, and oh my god.
It was. I guess I think that's probably one of my favorite episodes of Mail Call when they did the gun race.
I mean, he did that on purpose. He was just being an asshole about that.
Yeah. He was saying he's like I do still have my soft spot for the M16, but the AKs have its place. Or whatever. Mail Call. I used to watch that all the time on History Channel.
Yep. No, that was Lock and Load. That was where he said that.
Oh, my ass hurts.
Okay, that's not a very good thought. What
are you talking about?
I said my ass hurts. I can't hardly stand up.
You might.
Okay.
Roller skating down at the park there.
Oh, I hit that ground so hard. They actually thought they were going to call an ambulance. It was
Really?
where the DJ alerted the manager that they were probably going to have to call the paramedics. She's like, but by the time I got out there, she said you were standing up rubbing your ass. She said, I figured you were okay. I was like, yeah, I was okay.
Did you have your life alert on you?
Oh boy, I tell you, it was one of those where I had to go, where as I'm falling, I'm like, this is going to be really bad. I'm going to hit the back of my head. It's going to hurt really bad. But luckily I tucked. I guess all those years of Krav Maga practice actually did something good for me at least.
Tuck and roll.
I tucked my head and landed flat on my ass and back. But I had to lay there for a second when they all rushed up to, are you all right? I was like, I'll know in a second. And I'm like, yeah, I think I'm okay.
Yeah, start moving things and see what hurts, right?
There's that minute where you're waiting for the pain to start. You're like, okay, let's see what's broken.
That happened to me whatever in February. I tripped. I guess I was going to work and I tripped on the concrete, and I'm 6 foot tall, so like the fall going to the ground was like minutes pretty much, and like I was trying to catch myself, and I'm like, oh wait, don't catch yourself. Then won't fully extend your arms. So I popped them in, and I caught it like right there, like doing a push up, and then my head just went forward and hit the concrete, and my chin just hit it. And seriously, I got up, I almost cried, but the first thing I did was make sure my teeth wasn't like chipped or like shattered or anything.
And by almost cry, he means cry.
I was tearing up, and then the second thing I did was look around to make sure no one saw me and no one was laughing. So
everyone saw me fall. That was for sure. You couldn't miss it. You couldn't. Hell, if you didn't see it, you heard it. That's for sure.
The sad thing is I was going to work, so I was I parked my car, got out of my car, and then I'm like, crap. And then the whole time, this is back when we had that weird, we're up north, more up north. We had that one weird day of snow where we got 3 inches of snow and it just all melted. And everyone was like, did you fall because of snow? I'm like, no, I fell 6 hours before it snowed. And I had a Band-Aid for a good week because it was so bruised and
Have you ever been to Oaks Park?
No.
Portland?
No, I have many times.
Well, the building is set up to where it floats because it floods there, and they don't want to ruin the skating rink. The skating rink is actually on these little pillars with ballards or whatever you call them in it, and it'll float. If it part floods, the building floats. Because of that, it's got a little bit of a give to it. It's kind of like on springs almost. And they're like, when you fell, we could feel it in the snack bar.
Oh man, they just.
Oh, you must have hit hard then.
Yeah, I was wham.
Do you have a bruise or anything?
Oh, I have a feeling my whole ass is gonna be bruised.
They still have the organ down there?
Yeah, they still have the organ. On Sundays and Mondays, they play the organ.
Oh, that was cool. Yeah, I had been down there in years.
Why I don't go on Sundays and Mondays. It got old listening to the organ.
Yeah.
But I mean, I like it sometimes. Sometimes it's better than the hip hop music. Sometimes if you go on Saturdays, sometimes it's just all hip hop fucking music. And I get so sick of that.
I think the last time I was there, they had the lights off and the black lights on, and
Yeah, they do that on Tuesday nights, and they do that for adult skate too. If you go at night,
yeah.
because from 9:30 to midnight is adults only. You can't have kids there.
Why, show porn?
Do they allow any inline skates there at all?
Yeah, you can use rollerblades.
Oh wow, okay.
You can even rent them there. You can either rent regular or rollerblades or whatever. We have our own skates, so we don't rent. But and
I've been wanting to try out inline skates, but I don't want to go buy a set and try them on the street. I would rather fall on that wooden floor than on the cement any day.
Yeah, I don't even want to try them. I thought about it, but then I'm like, yeah, I don't even want to try them. I don't like ice skating all that well, and I have a feeling it'll be more like ice skating.
I'm with you there. I feel totally out of control on ice skates.
I like ice skating. I love ice skating.
I don't like the way they bind your ankles.
Mm-hmm.
Because it has to bind your ankles so tightly, and I don't like that. I don't like my ankle. That's why I can't stand skiing. I cannot ski because of the boots.
You're too restrictive.
They put me in the ski boots, and I have to immediately take them off. I'm like, I have to take them off, have to take them off, have to take them off. Can't bend my knee. Can't bend my ankles. Can't stand it.
Yeah, the coolest thing about ski boots and skis, though, is you can bend over forwards and pick something up off the ground in front of you without kneeling down.
I can't stand that not being able to bend my ankles.
Mm-hmm.
I was in a cast once on my ankle, and oh my God, it was miserable not being able to flex my ankle for 2 months.
Oh, I bet it took you a little while to work up to being able to move it, even after they took the cast off, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have broke. I was stupid. I was in a I was in a knee brace where I had shattered my kneecap in a motorcycle accident, hadn't completely healed yet, and I was taking a shortcut home, and there's a part where I have to jump off a train track trestle to take the shortcut home. It's not a big drop. It's like 6 feet. You jump down like 6 feet, and I'm like, well, I got a knee brace on, so I got to jump down and land on one foot. I jumped down, landed on one foot, and snapped with my ankle. So here I am, 15, 16 years old, knee brace on one knee, broke my ankle on the other left foot, dragging my ass home the next 1.5 miles through a field to get home with busted up legs. So then I end up with a knee brace on my left leg and a cast on my right ankle. Which was okay in some ways. Because I got there every day in school, I got to leave class 15 minutes early because our school's 2 stories tall and there was no elevators or ramps. So they'd have to let me go 15 minutes early after every class so I could go sit on my ass and scoot up the stairs.
I was going to ask if that happened during summer vacation.
Nope, it was school time. I like these Mini 30s when they add that little support brace underneath, that little...
The Accurizer or whatever they call it.
Morad AccuStrut, yep.
Yeah, the
AccuStrut.
AccuStrut. I like the way it looks with the AccuStrut. I like that a lot.
I made my own AccuStrut with 2, what do you call this? 2 barrel adapters and a scope riser. And that was, and even though I didn't really need it, but it helped allow me to put, rails on my gun.
I just like the looks of it.
Oh yeah, Murad's good, but it's like $100 for a piece of steel.
Yeah. $100. Oh, after I went and bought that M1A, I went and bought it over in Portland. Although I did get the Scout, which is different. But, I was looking at the one at my local dealer, but he went out of business. So I'm like, well, I got to get somewhere else. So I go over to get one in Portland, I was like, well, I guess it's better because I save money. I don't pay taxes. So I got it for $15.50. But I got the Scout. And then he calls me today, sends me a text today and goes, oh, if you still want that M1A, you can have it for $1,200.
Oh.
I'm like, God damn it. I already bought one.
Be in pretty good shape for $1,200, right?
Yeah, it would be great for $1,200 if I didn't already buy a Scout. I mean, it was a regular, it's a standard M1A, and $1,200 is a good price for it. It's brand new.
He'll have that, and then he could buy 500 rounds of ammo.
Yep.
Just look at this one right here, Yankee, stainless. But that just gotta get the black, take the black off.
Yeah, I would want wooden stocks, but yes, that's what I kind of want. I want one with the AccuStrut like that, with the.
I was wanting one. They were only like $500 back in 2010.
You can get them for around $750 now if you look for them.
Yeah.
I think that one that I bought right after Sandy Hook, they hadn't raised the prices yet. I think we paid just a hair over $600 for it.
They didn't start. Yeah, again, it didn't the prices didn't start up until back when Congress got back, like after Christmas.
Right.
I still remember buying one for $450. I was lucky find right there because all the used ones they sold after that was like $600 and above.
Yeah, I bought that one that you saw in the picture from my cousin. I think I gave him $450 for it, just like you saw it.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, slightly used, but I mean in really good shape. I don't shoot it very much, but it's fun to shoot when I do.
Okay, hold on, let me go check. What the heck was that?
Hey Yankee, you ever hear of a Smith & Wesson Model 53?
What is that?
It's a 22 jet. Fires a 22 jet cartridge.
I've never even heard of that.
Yeah, they're a centerfire 22. This Model 53 has a 2-position firing pin, I guess, on the hammer, and you can select for rimfire or for centerfire. It's kind of hard to find ammo. It's about $1 a round. But
I was gonna say I haven't seen any of that ammo around.
No, I did some looking online. I found a place I can get a couple of boxes of 50. But a family member has one, and it's in awesome shape. So hopefully,
probably
you'll let me do a video on it. What's that?
Probably in awesome shape because they never found any ammo for it.
Yeah, exactly. He told me, he says he hadn't shot it in 20 years because he couldn't find any ammo for it. He said if I could find ammo for it, if I gave him a box of 50, that I could use it in a video. So just got to get that arranged. Be pretty neat. It comes with I don't like little collets, deals that you insert into the cylinders to allow you to fire 22 long rifle.
Adapter?
Kind of cumbersome. It's definitely a relic or curiosity more than anything else. Target pistol primarily, I guess.
Got pissed off a company today that wanted me to do a video on one of their products.
What was it?
Oh, you've seen those little gun safes, those new ones they make that looks like a little high-tech aluminum box that reads your finger, or you have a ring or a bracelet that'll open it through RFID. Well, they wanted me to do a video of one. They sent me an email like, hey, we would love it if you would help promote our product, blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, yeah, fine. I'm always willing to help a business that's starting out. Just let me know what you... And I'm like, well, what do you make? Because at that point, I didn't know what they make yet. So they just sent me an email, and I didn't even bother to look into them. So I'm like, oh, what's your product? And she's like, oh, we make this gun safe, and I forget what it's called. What is it called?
Biometric?
But it's got a biometric feature, but it's got an RFID chip in it where you can... the gun box. If you look up the gun box.
Oh, I've seen videos from those guys.
Yeah, and they're like, well, yeah, we'd love you to do a video on one. I was like, oh, sure. And they're like, well, So they send me this little letter. They have their promotions guy contact me, and he sends me an email and says, "We'll mail you the gun box. You have 10 days to produce a video and then send the product back, and we want to see the video." Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I don't do conditional videos. I was like, you don't get to put conditions on what I say or what I do or whether I make it live. I also don't do them on, you've got 10 days to send it back. I was like, there's no way I can tell if a product like that is reliable in 10 days. Anyone who does video on it was basically a week. I'm like, there's no way I can tell if something like that's electronic is going to be reliable in just a week. So I said I wouldn't be able to give a good review of it. So 10 days isn't going to be enough time. And they're like, well, how much time would you need? And I'm like, dude, it's like, if one, I'm not going to be able in that short period of time to tell if it's a good product. Two, I don't want you sending me fucking chores that I got to go pack something up and send it back within a week. Like it's a job I have to do for you. I was like, so I was like, I'm sick of you companies treating us like our time is worthless and you want us to do it just like we're begging to see your product on our page. I was like, so if you want to donate it to a charity auction or something after I'm done with it, that's fine. But just to send it back to you so you can get free advertisement, no, I could not do it.
They're afraid you're gonna keep their $400 box or whatever, right?
$300 safe, and I'm like, if you're charging $300 for a safe, you're charging way too much for that.
$300?
Yeah.
How big is it?
It's not very big. It's a little one gun.
Is that the last? I think if I remember right, they had like a stainless steel look to them. Is that right?
It's aluminum, but it looks like stainless steel. So
yeah.
And I'm like, it looks like something somebody would want to steal. It's not something that you'd want to mount anywhere because it's like it's got mounting holes in the bottom. I was like, yeah, and it's made to sit on a desktop. So you want me to screw it into the top of my dresser drawer or the top of my dresser or my nightstand? I don't think so.
Yeah, right. Or have some big cable hanging off of it, right?
Yeah. So I'm like, no, I'm not too crazy about this idea anyway. But what was really pissing me off is this whole notion that these companies act like people with YouTube channels owe us free advertising, and we want you to make a free commercial. It wasn't that they wanted me to give a real review of the product, like keep it long enough to know if it's any good and then give it away or whatever. They wanted me to do one in a week and send it back. And there's no way you can do a real review in a week. What they want is a commercial. And I'm like, if you want a commercial, that's the last thing I said to him. There are some little channels that will do it just to have something to make a video on. I was like, and there's some big channels that'll do it for free. Will do you a commercial, but they're going to want something for it. It's like,
so what was that guy's name? I'm just kidding.
I was like, there's a reason.
I'll do it.
My commercials aren't free. I was like, and that's what you're asking us to do. You're asking us to make a commercial for you. Like, I don't do commercials. Sorry. If I was doing a review on something, it's something I actually use and I actually like and I bought with my own money.
Is that the one that you're talking about right here, Yankee? Or no?
Let me see.
Oh, you don't need a product.
That's something that you got, right?
I don't see what you're talking about. All I see is a gun you're holding up.
The SOCOM.
No, I didn't get a SOCOM. I got a Scout.
Oh.
And that was several minutes ago we were talking about that.
I was just wondering. Well, this is from Brightwater.
No, I got the Scout.
So what's the difference between a Scout and the regular battle rifle? I'm going to assume it's a little shorter.
It's like an inch and a half shorter, isn't it? Like 16 and a half, and the Scout's like 18 or something like that.
The SOCOM, I think, the SOCOM's like 16, right?
Yeah, and the Scout's like 18.
Scout is like 18 or so.
Yeah.
18 or 20, and then like the regular one's 24 inch, right?
There's 22, I think, isn't it?
22, excuse me.
That's a long barrel.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons I'm okay with the fact that I didn't get the regular one that he's offered me cheap, is because I'm like, it doesn't really fit in my safe very well.
Right here. So look at if you look at this one's the Scout right here.
Yeah, that one's mine. That's what I got right there. I'll tell you one thing, they are not lightweight guns.
Oh no.
So if you look at right here, here's the picture of all three of them.
Mm-hmm.
So the very, my screen, if it loads.
See, I did not get the the SOCOM, because everybody I know says they've had trouble with their SOCOMs.
So again, here's the SOCOM up top. That one's 16, 18, and 22.
Yep. So mine's like the one in the middle there, but with a wooden stock.
Yep.
And those all fire 30-06 then?
308.
308.
Yeah.
Oh.
They're the M14 clone. So they're like
gotcha.
the M14. So they use the M14 pattern magazine.
I have 5,000 rounds of 7.62 by 51, and that's what it fires. So I'm like, I got to buy something that shoots that. I've got my gun sight Scout, but it's going to take a long time to shoot 5,000 rounds with a bolt action.
How many magazines did you get for it yet?
Right now I've only got 2 magazines for it. I got to get some more.
Yeah, you magazines.
I don't see myself buying many more guns anytime soon, so I'm going to start buying stuff like mags and stuff.
Mags. Are you going to get like a chest rig or anything for
My
one of
safe
them?
is full, and there's nothing I really want right now, and nothing new coming out anytime soon. So.
You say that now, but tomorrow you'll find something, right?
I don't know. There's just not much floating my boat right now. Usually I've got something I'm looking for, and I'm not even looking for anything right now.
What about that LC9S?
No, I don't like those Rugers. I don't like the Ruger guns too much. I mean, they're okay guns. I just don't want them.
Right. I guess they managed to shave a pound or so off of the trigger pull on those things.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a nice gun, but it's not for me.
Dun, 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 dun,
They've,
dun.
I hope Chiappa sent me my screws today. They better have. I called him. Oh my God, dealing with Chiappa's customer service is like dealing with. It's like calling your friend's house and getting their 15-year-old daughter who doesn't have a clue what's going on. Because that's what it was like talking to. It's like these 2 women that were working in their customer service department. They had no clue what was going on.
Can you get your mom? Put your mom on the phone.
I felt like saying at that point, I was like, "Is your dad home?"
Bam.
I can't believe I yelled at those poor kids at the skating rink tonight. I feel bad about that.
What?
In fact, I think I've got video of me doing it too, because I think my son was filming as I yelled at him the last time.
Just in case we get a police report or a police call on us.
Yeah, they're like 17. I'd say they're probably like 17-year-olds. There's a 17-year-old boy and his girlfriend. And, on the inside of the line is for backward skating only. It's not for skating or standing. It's backward skating only. So I'm skating along, and I run into them I've run into these people 3 times tonight already. And, and every time I'm like, you got to stay out. You can't stand inside the red line. There's people skating backwards, and they might not see you. And I told them nicely 3 times. Well, twice I told them nicely. The 3rd time I was like, come on, dudes, outside the line. So then the 4th time I'm skating around, and I think my son was filming as I did this. I got to ask you if he's got it or not. And I hit her back. So I hit, boom, back into her, and I lose it. I was like, here's what I said. I went into full dad mode. I literally screamed out, I am losing my patience with you. Get the fuck outside the red line. And they just, startled and jumped outside the line. I think I scared the shit out of them. But I was like, I lost my temper and yelled at them. I was like, I can't believe I said I'm losing my patience with you.
That is full dad mode, no doubt. Well, guys, I'm going to call it a night. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you, Sam. Later, man.
Bye now.
Yeah, I'm going to go eat some watermelon and put some ice on my ass.
Man, it's not even midnight yet.
It's going to be an early night for me. I'm going to go to sleep, see if I can get up in the morning, see if I'm going to be a walk.
Oh, I see. I got to go to work tomorrow.
I don't have a job.
Yeah, that's not a very good thing to say.
I don't want a job either.
Huh?
I don't want a job either.
I don't know.
I don't have to work so hard right now.
I don't know. People like you disgust me in a way that you can afford all this money.
Very hard for most of my life.
I'm busting my ass. So.
Busting my ass when I'm age 2.
I'm kidding. Good for you.
We're not so where it wouldn't be very beneficial for me to work. It's just that I'm like, nah, I would rather do with less and not work as much.
I just want to know what would be less for Yankee.
Damn, Cork's still up.
Cork's up.
Yeah, sorry.
That's irony.
Been working on a different computer, so I've been listening.
I would have benefited if I wasn't working that night. It would have been nice to join that reloading chat because I'm thinking about starting that up soon here.
Yeah, it was a good chat. I didn't say so myself. I wasn't really running it. Still got a lot of the questions, so.
Stone always has questions.
Yep. Yeah, but thanks to Daniel and Nathan for being the reloaders in the chat. That really helped out a lot.
Yeah. We wish Beaver would have been there too. Beaver's also is a guy helping me right now. So.
Yep, Beaver's a good choice too.
I had my what do you call it? I had my ideas. I was gonna start up low by using a very basic loading system, and they told me no.
Yeah,
Spend
definitely not.
Spend $10,000.
Get a single stage.
Yeah. No, you need to spend $10,000 and then fuck you.
No,
you
you
doing that
can
again?
easily, yeah, you can easily start out with under $400, probably under $300.
I'm definitely doing under $300. Thank you, and I'm not counting components though.
Oh, you're not counting components. Okay, then you could probably
Components
easily
are a
do it under
separate thing. 'Cause that's something you buy as you go along. So I never count that.
Yeah,
But I am
you're
thinking
gonna
about
need-
getting. No,
Yeah,
I'm getting the 50th anniversary single stage reloader from Lee, which has
Okay,
every
which is-
scale and the single stage press.
And then you'll just need dies, won't you?
Yeah, and then of course, yeah, you get dies per caliber, so that's something that comes along with the press system. So I'm gonna start with 38 special because that's the ammo I don't have easy access to.
And
other than 22s.
It's a lot more expensive than 9.
Oh yeah. Granted, I don't shoot it as much because every time I shoot revolvers, I will end up shooting like I'll shoot up maybe 60 rounds in that day, and then be tired of it.
Well, yeah, because every 6 rounds you got to reload.
Yeah. So something like on a semi-automatic where you're just shooting like crazy and just reload the magazines. Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, so I need to build a bench out of mostly 2x4s. I need something that's
sturdy.
I need something that's sturdy. I'm gonna put it right here where I have a old bookshelf next to me right now, next to my computer, and I don't and I'm going to replace that with a table. Yeah, so I can reload and talk to you guys at the same time.
Yep.
The tumbler though maybe.
Yeah, I might even go like 4x4s for like the legs or something, just for even that more stability.
Well, I wanted light, so.
So I'll go something like this right here, and then if you want to, like, have one as wood and then like carpet the other one, so then it'll be like easier.
Oh, I need something to make something like that, but smaller, way smaller.
Yeah, you see how he's got the legs reinforced there with 2x4s on each side?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just get. Yeah,
I'll just make a huge difference.
I will make it mostly of 2x4s. So.
You can make it like this too.
Yeah. Make sure you run the bottom braces too, because you're gonna need the bottom braces.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna put shelving on it.
Yep.
I'm gonna put some. It's like a middle of the shelf for X equipment because it's gonna be a small. What do you call this? It's gonna be a small unit, and I'm gonna need to put a lot of stuff on it. So it's gonna be like a box, basically.
Yeah, I've got a nice, sturdy, 8-foot long table that I use for all my stuff. So.
You buy like one of these from Harbor Freight.
Yeah, those are cheap. They're pretty crappy.
He's not.
What Harbor Freight? Hold on. I need to see that. Well, no, I can't. I has to be something really portable, like very small.
This one, no. If you look at it, it breaks down.
No,
it's not sturdy though. That's a problem with. They're not sturdy.
Yeah.
Yeah, your best bet and probably the cheapest would be out of 2x4s there, Chris.
Yeah, I'll just make it out of 2x4s. I have a chop saw and everything. I can make it. That's not a problem.
Yeah. And for your desktop, you're gonna want a thick plywood. You don't want thin, like half.
No,
inch.
it'll be 2x4. I'll just.
Oh, you're gonna do the top with 2x4 too?
Yeah, I'll plank it with 2x4. So.
Yeah, I don't like that idea because there's, you got the little spaces in between. I know they're not much, but you can still, end up losing primers, getting stuck in there if they're not extremely tight. The wood will can expand.
I'll get a tray for that.
No, what I'm getting at here is you might want to do a piece of plywood for the top. Like a half-inch piece of plywood.
I don't want to have to, get something. Because if I have to buy it from a store, it has to be already pre-made. So it's either plywood or gonna be like thinner pieces of wood, like 1x2s.
I wouldn't even do 1x2. They're too.
Oh,
too
or
floppy.
1x4s. I just reinforce it.
You have to reinforce the hell out of the bottom.
If he was to use a 2x4, it'd be fine as long as he makes sure they're all flush.
Yeah.
They're all flush. 2x4s. You gotta make sure they're straight. That's why it's a lot easier. I'm just saying this, Chris, from me making my own stuff. It's a lot easier if you do a sheet of plywood. If you go like Home Depot, they'll even cut it down the length for you. That's a nice thing about Home Depot. They cut wood there all the time for you, so they'll even cut it for you.
Because I have most of the wood already here, so I got like all this. My nearest shop is an Ace Hardware. I'm gonna see if they have plywood, but yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah, if they don't have it, then I'm just gonna go with planking.
Yeah, I'd go planking. Or go find really cheap like old what was it, like countertops, like those laminate countertops.
I wouldn't want to have to hunt for stuff.
No, like if you find them like on clearance and stuff, if you find them for cheap.
Again, hunting for stuff. For stuff like this, for construction stuff, I like to keep it local. I don't want to have to go into town. I live outside of Phoenix. That's the thing. Our biggest hardware store is what do you call this? Ace.
So like we have like my parents. My dad has like a bench that he uses like our old countertops. Like it looks like something like this, and he just pushes it against the wall, and it works really well. Like something like that.
Yeah, I'll just make out of planking. It's easier. I'm not gonna lose. It's gonna losing components is not a major thing. Besides, I'm gonna piece it out. Half my stuff is gonna be downstairs, especially the I don't want the tumbler to be in this room, so. The tumbler and all the cleaning materials are gonna be in the garage. So, Quark, how you been? He's gone. Quark, you there? All right, Quark. Yeah, so pretty much already got my stuff already decided what I'm gonna get. I'm gonna get a single stage 50th anniversary. In fact, let me link it for you guys.
Yeah, I'm already on the other side of the house when you talk, so it takes a little time to get back.
It's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get this one right here.
Okay, let me check it out. Yep. Check like Midway and other places too, just to see if they got it cheaper.
No, Midway's got it more expensive.
Oh, more expensive. Okay. I'm going other places too. I'm like, like Sportsman's Guide or something like that.
I'm actually going to what do you call this? I'm gonna go to gun show first before I even buy that. So.
Yep, and also take a look, like if I know you use Backpage, but check out like Craigslist. Sometimes people sell reloading equipment on there too. So.
Craigslist?
Armsless, excuse me, Armsless. Sorry.
I've been to Armsless. Yeah,
Okay.
there's only a few people in Phoenix that are selling right now. So
Right. Sometimes you see people up there selling. I'm just saying, keep an eye out before you buy it.
Yeah.
If it's.
I know. I'm ready to buy that thing. All I have to do is say, yeah, I got the cash for that, for that kit, and then some, and a tumbler. Right now, though, I'm waiting to get the. I'm waiting for the gun show, which is in a couple of weeks.
Yep. No, I don't blame you. He might find it cheaper there. Might find a used one cheaper there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the used one.
Yeah. Yeah, because a lot of people get rid of their single stages because I just went up to a progressive.
Yeah, because they want to go to RCBSs. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're like, okay, I'll get rid of this for like half the price or whatever, because that happens all the time.
Yeah, and one day I'll go into maybe one day I'll go to an expensive ass RCBS.
Yep, you never know. You can go to the Dillon's 650, I think it is.
Yeah, and then I'll put a motor on it so it'll crank out bullets for me. Like, after an hour I got 1,000 rounds. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna leave this on, and I'll have a 5,000 rounds of ammo.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah, but here, so for as long as I have as many casings and bullets and shit.
Yeah. I don't blame you there at all, Chris. It's save money where you can, especially on reloading equipment.
Yeah, that's my next thing, though. And besides, I think this is the best way for me to get back into using. If I'm gonna get an AR, I don't want to have to buy bullets again. So I'm gonna for a whole year, next year, before I get my AR in 2016 or even late 2015. I will be hunting, I'll just be getting brass and components for an AR on the side, and then I will I'll rack up enough 223s without spending a lot of money.
Yep, and by the way, if you do get a Lee, thank you for supporting a Wisconsin business.
Oh, no problem. Thank you for Wisconsin for providing me with a company that makes cheap reloading equipment.
Yep.
Even their turret, I can go for the turret press. I can spring for the turret press that is only like a few like $10 more, but they're missing a primer. A priming tool.
Okay.
On the other one.
Yeah. The one thing I'm going to say is one thing you don't want to cheap out on are the dies, because you get cheap dies, they wear out.
No, Lee makes good dies. I'm only going to buy Lee stuff. So.
Yeah, I'm just making sure.
Lee dies are like $30, and that's for a 4 set.
Yeah, I know. I said. Yep, just make sure you get it, because you don't want them wearing out too fast.
Yep.
These dies can wear out, so. And there's one other thing. I know Daniel has talked about this, I'm not sure if this has it, but something that your dies sit in, so you don't have to keep, every time you change it, you don't have to keep fiddling around. Once they're set, they're set.
Turret press.
It's not a turret press. No, they also do that, I think,
bushing?
I think it might be the bushing, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it sits on, yeah.
It might be the bushing. I can't remember what it was called, but there's something so you don't have to keep, adjusting the die. So you just got done doing 100 cartridges, that are now filled with powder and size and everything. And now you're sitting there trying to seat the bullet in there, and each one, it's like, I didn't do this right, so that's one round wasted. Oh, there's another round wasted until you get it set just right.
I'm gonna be very meticulous. Maybe when I start out, I'll be like making like 20 rounds a day.
Oh yeah, you never be too careful with this. And I'm no reloading expert, but little I do know is that you want to make sure it's done properly.
Yeah. Once I've done enough 30 specials, and of course I don't shoot. I'm not gonna shoot I only shoot every couple of weeks, but I'm not gonna shoot it that much. Once I have enough 30 specials and I test, the loads on those, test them out, Then I'm gonna move on to like say 9mm and stuff like that.
Yeah, I know 9s you won't save a whole lot on, but you will save some on there. Have you been saving your brass?
I have enough brass. Yeah, 30 special, especially. Yeah, those are easy to.
Easy to save. Yeah, that's why I love revolvers.
Because you just dump it into the just dump it into into a plastic bag or something like that right out of the cylinder, and you don't have to chase your brass and keep the freaking people from trying to grab your your brass at the range.
Yep. Have you seen that little custom net that Sandy made?
Custom what?
The brass catcher net?
No, but he told me about it.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. You're not going to catch everything out of your pistol, but you might want to think about building one of those, and it's like pretty inexpensive. Like making one's like under $10.
I'm gonna build here's what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build like a net thing on side of my when I go to my range on the range table, so it will bounce the rounds off back to me, especially when I'm just benching it. So.
Yeah, well, he used a net that I can't remember how it's stationed. Maybe it's like in a bucket or something like that, and it catches all the brass, and it can be folded. The net can be folded up and made a lot smaller in diameter. It's a pretty big one. So check out some guy in Sandy's videos on that. It's a lot better than picking them up. I've been thinking about doing that as a project.
What I'm thinking of, the one thing that I'm gonna be, one thing I'm afraid of, reloading is I'm gonna be one of those guys at the range, like, hunting for brass left and right. It's like, I need your brass. Hey, you got brass? I need your brass, man. Come on, man.
You're gonna be a little brass hawk. Yep.
Yeah. It's like, hey, I'd be like a freaking like a junkie at the range. Like, hey, man, you got some brass, man? He's like, hey, you can see that brass?
I have been guilty of doing that too, because I sit there and sell my brass when I get enough of it, so I don't plan on reloading anytime soon. So I'm gonna sell my brass on the side. Well, I've been saving my 22s, and I had to go to a different recycling place to trade in my 22 brass, but 15 pounds of 22 brass was just shy of $30. That's a lot of 22 brass, by the way.
Oh yeah, you're okay. A lot of people grab those to melt down.
I just sold them. I think I got like $1.60 a pound or $1.80. No, it's $1.70 a pound. 10 cents less than the normal brass. Normal yellow brass because it's got a little powder residue inside. Yeah, the recycle yard that I used to take it to start taking any kind of ammunition casings because some idiot brought in a whole bunch of loaded ammo, like mixed in with their brass or something like that.
What?
And they didn't catch it, yes. And they had a pretty substantial damage to their recycling machine, their shredder or whatever they use.
They blew up, boom.
Yeah, they're worried about the liability of harm to their workers. So one idiot ruins it all.
Doggone it! Everybody leave.
Yep, and I'm leaving here too because it's almost 2 o'clock.
It's too early. Jewess isn't even here yet. He's probably going to check back later and say, he's probably going to come in and say, hey, what the hell?
Yeah, by the way, if you see G-Webs, tell him I got another spot lens.
Spot lens?
Yeah. Fresnel lenses from those old projection televisions.
Oh, okay.
He's been wanting a giant Fresnel lens for a while, and now I've got 3 spot lenses, and he's got none.
Nice.
Yeah. The high quality ones, I got 1 high quality one and 2 mid grades. 2 mid grades will sell about $50 each.
Oh,
so
wow.
I did well in this. The high grade will sell for $100 plus. And all I had to do was disassemble projection televisions and make money.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, like they average about $7 in scrap. But then you got a lot of junk to get rid of. So I made like $7 on that, minus my gas. I made like $5 each one, and then plus the lenses. I'm all set. Plus, I got a whole bunch of little teeny tiny lenses too. Little like magnifying glasses that are really cool. That will start paper on fire if you got a steady enough hand. But I am off, Chris. Good night.
I'll see you later, man. Take care.
Yeah, you too.